Han Xuan's body trembled slightly, as if she could not believe her eyes. Although the man with the smiling eyes in the distance was different from the one in her memory, and he was dressed in simple clothes and looked honest and stupid, the evil smile on his lips, the unruly carefreeness in his eyes, and the calm look in his eyes, who else could it be but Xianxia? The only difference he had from when he was in Haitiantown was that he was more wise and calm, and his angular face looked more mature. The night breeze was slightly cold, and Han Xuan's alcohol kicked in. A bright red flashed across her face, and her eyes were slightly moist. "It's been a while," Xianxia said with a smile. "I've seen Han Xian again after we parted at Haitiantown." Han Xian pursed her lips, her eyes slightly red. She then smiled and said, "After we parted that day, I thought we would never meet again. Today we must drink and chat." "Although the world is big, it is not," Xianxia murmured. "There are many opportunities to meet." "Then why did I only get the chance today after we parted at Haitiantown?" "And it was so coincidental," Han Xian said slowly. "This is everyone's fate," Xianxia said with a smile. "There are countless people in the great thousand world, and it's fate that we meet each other. We can't be fated to meet each other every day." Han Xuan's face turned redder and redder, and she seemed to be a little resentful as she said, "It turns out that I, young Master Yun, am just one of the countless living beings." The company commander looked at Han Xuan's expression, and his face immediately twisted. He almost roared, "You know this country bumpkin?" Han Xuan's face darkened, and she said coldly, "Company commander, young master, please be more respectful when you speak." "Respect? Humph, Han Xian, even a fool can tell what I mean to you, but I've never seen you give me a flirtatious look before. On the other hand, you're smiling so happily to this country bumpkin." The company commander's face turned green, and his body was filled with killing intent. With these two things combined, he was about to explode. In his eyes, Xianxia had been sentenced to death. "All right, I'll ring off this country bumpkin's head and kick it like a ball. Let's see if you can still laugh." Han Xian was furious, but when she thought of Xianxia's strength, she had nothing to worry about. She looked at him coldly, as if she was looking for death. The company commander was driven even more mad by her contemptuous and mocking eyes. With a boom, he dispersed his aura, shaking the surrounding air, and a very strong killing intent spread out. Song Guang and Li Yunxiao also frowned, especially Li Yunxiao. When he saw Yunxiao's face, his heart skipped a beat, as if he was very similar to the figure in the city of Red Moon. However, his current appearance of a dirty country bumpkin dispelled a lot of the doubts in his heart. The first time Li Yunxiao had met him was during Jiang Ruobing's groom search competition. After so many years, Yunxiao had changed a lot, especially when he cultivated physical arts. His temperament and demeanor were completely different. Coupled with his current attire and the occasion, Li Yunxiao felt that it could not be him. "Smell it. It smells so good." Yan Xingho's nose suddenly twitched. He looked in Ding Zhengda's direction in surprise. "Lord Zhengda, why does your thing smell so good?" The company commander's body trembled, and he suddenly took a deep breath. His expression changed drastically, and he was both shocked and angry, but even more so, he was overjoyed. He roared, 10,000 flowers, 100 treasures due. So it was you guys who stole the treasure. What? Everyone present was shocked and looked over in disbelief. Are you sure, company commander? Song Guang was surprised. You can't just randomly accuse me of this. After all, Ji Zhengda's strength was limited, and his location was extremely far, so it was impossible for him to steal the 10,000 flowers 100 treasures due. The 10,000 flowers used in my 10,000 flower 100 treasures due are all precious, the company commander said coldly. A drop of dew is hard to find, and the fragrance is unique. It's impossible to imitate it in the world. Everyone's nose also twitched slightly as they sniffed, and they all revealed shocked expressions. It's exactly the same as the previous fragrance. I didn't expect it to be stolen by the people of the Star and Moon School, Yan Xingho exclaimed. His eyes emitted a cold light, but there was more joy in them. The Star and Moon School had offended the Lien family. At least, they would not be able to survive in Yongxiang City. Haha! Stupid thieves! I'll see how you die! The company commander let out a loud roar. He was like a great ROC soaring in the sky as he directly stretched out his 5 fingers to grab. His face was filled with killing intent as he roared, "I'll kill your entire family if you dare to steal from my company commander." Ah! Ji Zhengde screamed and his face turned pale. He trembled and the strong aura almost suffocated him. He cried, "Something has happened. Something has happened. What should we do?" Yan Xinghua couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Haha, Lord Zhengde, I didn't expect you to be so bold. How dare you ignore the city lord, young master Yunxiao, and the company commander? TSK, TSK. Is the Star and Moon School so domineering and arrogant?" He hit Ji Zhengde when he was down and put all kinds of hats on him, hoping to crush Ji Zhengde to death. Then, he could take over the foundation of the Star and Moon School. Even if the Star and Moon School sent people again in the future, he would not have to be afraid. Xianxia laughed and said, "The main character has come. What should we do?" "What do you mean? I didn't take his myriad flower 100 treasures due." "Did you?" "No, no, of course not." Xianxia hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Humph, you still dare to quibble? I'll skin you all and find you." The company commander suddenly clenched his fingers into a claw and grabbed at Yunxiao. Although he felt that Ji Zhengde should be the main person among these people, he still wanted to tear Yunxiao into pieces first. Suddenly, Luo Tian moved and stood in front of Yunxiao, saying, "I'll do it." He formed a palm with one hand and slapped it down without even looking. After all, the company commander was his beloved disciple's disciple, so he had a protective heart, fearing that Yunxiao would kill him. The company commander suddenly turned pale with fright in the air. He discovered that all the elemental energy in his body had been completely shackled, and he could hardly circulate it. Not only that, but the surrounding space also twisted, and his body was thrown out fiercely. With a bang, he smashed into the garden. What? Everyone was shocked. Many of them were experts, so they could naturally see the power of Luo Tian's palm. Swish, swish, swish. There were many figures flying around, and a large number of martial artists appeared in the sky. Their auras gathered in the sky and locked onto Ji Zhengde and the others. Song Guang also stood up from his seat with a grave expression and said loudly, "Who are you, sir?" Luo Tian thought for a moment and said, "Unrelated people. But there are some things that I can't bear to see. City Lord, please keep your eyes open and don't be deceived by these liars." "Scammer. Who are you referring to?" Song Guang's face darkened. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he slammed the table and rose to his feet while snorting angrily. "You sure have a big tone. Are you calling the company's eldest son a liar? Or are you calling this young master a liar?" Luo Tian glanced at him indifferently and said, "You know it in your heart." Li Yunxiao was furious. "How dare you?" he shouted. "Since you have the guts to shoot me down, then do you have the guts to tell me your name?" he said coldly. "Although my name is not well known, I don't want to announce it to you people with no faults. Otherwise it would be shameful," Luo Tian said. "Young Master Yunxiao, these people are from the Star and Moon School," Yan Xingho hurriedly said. "Oh? Star and Moon School," Li Yunxiao said coldly. "Before I went to Red Moon City to rob robbing, I had a small meeting with your head manager. He even entrusted me to take care of your business in many ways. Hee hee. It seems that today's matter can only be solved by your head manager." Song Guang also said coldly, "Your Excellency should be an expert sent by the Star and Moon School, right? Although the business of the Star and Moon School in Yongxiang City is cold and the influence is very small, I have never looked down on your sect and have helped you in many ways. Is this your sect's way of repaying me today? Damn it! You dare to hit me!" In the distance, the company commander soared into the sky and flew over with his body covered in mud. A cold light flashed in his hand as a sword appeared in his hand. He immediately stabbed at Luo Tian. Dang! Luo Tian directly stretched out 2 fingers and caught the sword. With a slight flick of his fingers, the long sword was sent flying with a clang. The company commander also felt the pressure coming at him. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. Young master! The Lien family's servants hurriedly rushed up and supported the company commander. Because the eastern region was originally within the Lien clan's sphere of influence, and the company commander's own strength was also not ordinary, there were no experts around him. They were all servants who arranged their living arrangements and ran errands. "How dare you hurt me? Tell me your name," he roared in shock. Song Guang's pupils contracted as well. The eldest young master of the company is a martial supreme powerhouse. But you managed to win so easily. You must be at least a mid-stage martial supreme. You can't be a nobody. Please tell me your name so that others won't say that my Song family is bullying an unknown person. You don't deserve to know my name, Luo Tian said. If not for Hong Yang, I would have killed this company commander. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and the company commander was also shocked and angry. He said ferociously, "Haha! Since you know how powerful my master is, you still dare to hurt me. Humph, you're also an alchemist, aren't you? I sensed a very strong mental power fluctuation when you performed the space conversion just now. Let me guess, 7th rank? Level 8. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked, especially those from the Song family, who looked embarrassed. If the other party was an 8th-tier alchemist, they would be in trouble. Song Guang couldn't help but look at the other person in the field. He was an old man in a white robe who was sitting not far away. He had white hair, a ruddy complexion, and a pair of bright eyes. He was Yuan Liang, the president of Yongxiang City's Alchemist Association. He was also an 8th-tier alchemist, but he was still a well-known figure in Yongxiang City. When he heard the company commander's words, he could not help but turn pale with fright. He sized up Luo Tian a few more times and felt that he looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. Yuan Liang felt the inquiry in Song Guang's eyes. After thinking for a while, he really couldn't remember this colleague in front of him. He most likely had only met him in a hurry during some seminar. Haha, do you think that an 8th-tier alchemist is so great? I can see that you're at most at the initial 8th rank. The company commander laughed maniacally. Do you know what realm my master's cultivation is at right now? Yuan Liang's body trembled and he said in shock, Could it be that Grandmaster Hong Yang is in a daze? That's right, the company commander said loudly. Not long ago, the Sea of Soul Formation sent back a message that my master has successfully broken through to the 9th-tier alchemist. Everyone was shocked. This time, the company commander's background was even more powerful. A 9th-tier great alchemist was an existence that no one in the world dared to provoke. Song Guang was also shocked. Fortunately, he had not forced the company commander too much. Luo Tian frowned, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. What does your master's ascension to the 9th step have to do with you? They don't know how to cultivate behind closed doors, and only know how to use master's name to stir up trouble outside. Who do you think you are? The company commander shouted angrily. You dare to control me? Luo Tian's face darkened, and the company commander immediately felt a chill in his face. He immediately retreated a few feet in fear, then turned around and said, Master Yuan Liang, since he's from the Alchemist Association, he should naturally abide by the association's rules. Yuan Liang pondered for a moment. He did not want to offend the unknown man in front of him, but the company commander was Hong Yang's disciple, and Hong Yang was now an alchemist of the 9 heavens. So, he had no choice but to say, Master, I am the president of Yongxiang City's Alchemist Association. Please state your name and show me your badge. I have the right to do as I please and not show my badge, Luo Tian said. That's indeed possible, Yuan Liang said with a frown. But if that's the case, we can only treat you as a non-guild member. As you wish, Luo Tian said. Yuan Liang was also angered by his indifferent attitude, and coldly said, Then I won't be polite. Take this man down. He waved his hand and shouted. Several martial artists appeared behind him. They all had cold expressions and their auras burst out. They were all martial emperor powerhouses. City Lord, my 10,000 flowers 100 treasures due was stolen by these people. As long as we capture them, we can prove my innocence, the company commander said. Song Guang pondered for a moment. Ji Zhengde was already scared out of his wits and was lying on the ground, trembling non-stop. However, Luo Tian and the others were a little too calm. After all, he was the lord of a city and was also an experienced and knowledgeable person. He knew that there must be a problem, so he said, "Do you really not want to report your names? In that case, I can only label you as thieves and have my men apprehend you." "A thief?" Yunxiao asked. "Do you have any evidence?" "This fragrance is the evidence," the company commander said angrily. "Fragrance?" Yunxiao laughed. "Is it very fragrant? I'm telling you, that was just a fart I just farted." "You coward!" The company commander was furious. "Disgusting!" Even Xianxia was disgusted, and he gave Yunxiao a fierce glare. "Take these people down." Song Guang's face sank. The surrounding warriors immediately flew down from the sky, and together with the few people from the Alchemist Association, they surrounded the crowd. Han Xian immediately sobered up a little, and her heart was in her mouth. Although she knew that Yunxiao was powerful, she did not know if he could deal with so many experts. "Young Master Yunxiao, these thieves seem to have some skills," Song Guang said to Li Yunxiao. "Please help us." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Don't worry. With me here, he will have to admit defeat even if he is a 9th-tier alchemist." When Song Guang heard him say this, he immediately felt relieved. That's right, he had such a powerful son-in-law who even dared to rob the Red Moon City, turning the world upside down and changing the city lord. What else was there to be afraid of in this world? The dozens of warriors surrounded Yunxiao and the others and approached them step by step. The leader of the group held his saber with both hands and said coldly, "Are you going to give up, or do you have to move your muscles and bones?" "Who's up?" Xianxia said. Ning Kuei said, "Qiyun, make your move. After all, this is the eastern region. As the host, we can't let so many distinguished guests make a move." "Yes." Ning Qiyun responded and raised her hand. A red silk ribbon danced around her. Her aura was so strong that everyone was forced to retreat. "Just teach them a lesson," Yunxiao said. "There's no need to hurt them. We're just here to watch the show, not to bully people." "Just as you said, young Master Yun," Ning Qiyun said. She spread out the red silk in her hand. Immediately, the sky was filled with silk shadows and an array appeared in the garden. Everyone was shocked and immediately felt an irresistible force. Before they could react, they felt their vision blur and lost consciousness, falling to the ground one by one. "Ah, this Tao Wu." The crowd was completely stunned. They did not see Ning Qiyun's movements clearly. How did dozens of powerhouses faint just like that? Two of them were mid-stage martial emperor powerhouses. Song Guang's heart suddenly thumped. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He cried out in horror, "Young Master Yunxiao!" Li Yunxiao was shocked as well, and he shouted angrily, "Impudent! How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Do you know the relationship between me and the current city lord of the Red Moon City? If you're smart, then surrender." "Young Master Yun, what should we do with this man?" Ning Qiyun asked. "I'll do it," Yunxiao said. In a flash, he appeared directly in front of Li Yunxiao, completely teleporting. "Ah!" Li Yunxiao was taken aback. He kept stepping back and said in anger, "You dare to touch me? Tell me." Yunxiao chuckled. "What's your relationship with the current city lord of Red Moon City?" Li Yunxiao snorted. "The reason why Luo Qingyun is now the city lord is entirely my own idea," Li Yunxiao said. "Yunxiao, he." Li Yunxiao said, "Believe me, a few days ago, after I killed Tang Qing and his son, I went to the Holy Region and talked to Gongyang Zhengqi about this matter. I believe that Red Moon City cannot go a day without a master. Gongyang Zhengqi asked me to take a break." "Pa!" Before he could finish, Yunxiao did not want to listen anymore. He slapped him and sent him flying to the ground. "Ah!" Not only Li Yunxiao, but everyone else was also dumbfounded. You dare to touch me?" Li Yunxiao roared. "I'll make you regret it. Pa! 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 Pa!" In a flash, Yunxiao landed beside him and slapped him without saying a word. He raised his right hand and swung it down so fast that it left countless afterimages in the air. From a distance, it looked like the thousand leaves hand of great sorrow was constantly slapping Li Yunxiao's face, and the sound of slapping echoed throughout the whole garden. It's quite rhythmical. Xianxia let out a surprised cry and hummed along to the rhythm. Everyone was completely dumbfounded, especially the Song family. Song Guang and his two daughters had their mouths wide open and were completely stunned. In fact, Li Yunxiao himself was quite strong, and with his endless nonsense, he dared to say anything, which was why he could deceive people time and time again. But unfortunately, the gap between him and the real Li Yunxiao was too great. Pa 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 pa. The sounds continued. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Yunxiao seemed to be tired, so he stopped and moved his wrist. Yunxiao's head had completely turned into a pig's head, covered in a purplish-red color. All his facial features were gone, and his face was beyond recognition. His mouth was full of blood and teeth, and he kept making woo-woo sounds. The company commander was also stunned, and he said in shock, "Where did young Master Yunxiao go? Who's this pig head?" Yunxiao patted Li Yunxiao on the shoulder and said, "Come, swallow your teeth first, then tell everyone who you are." Li Yunxiao made muffled noises as he stared at Yunxiao hatefully, and his muffled voice came out intermittently. "If you dare to hit me, my friend will come and kill your entire family." Yunxiao frowned. This pighead has some backbone, he thought. He can still talk nonsense even after being beaten up like this. "Who's your friend?" Li Yunxiao stuttered. "I have countless friends. The two holy lands, the seven great sects, Ao Chongkong, Shuqingfan, Lingbai, Yao Jinliang, Xianxia, and young Master Yu Xianxian." "Pa!" Yunxiao slapped him to the ground again, then jumped up and stepped on his face with his feet. Bang! 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 Pong! 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 Everyone sucked in a cold breath and covered their faces, not daring to look again. This was too brutal. The head of Li Yunxiao had been completely stepped into the ground, and his entire upper body was embedded in it. Yunxiao stomped on it for a while before he stopped and said, "Fortunately, I'm wearing nail shoes, so it's not slippery." Everyone shivered, and their faces broke out in cold sweat. All of them were pale. Song Guang's face was unsightly, as if he had realized the identity of Li Yunxiao. Bang! Yunxiao stepped on Li Yunxiao's side and jolted him up. Then, he spread his fingers and held him in the air as he said, "Now, tell everyone who you are." Li Yunxiao's entire face was gone, and it was a bloody mess. There was a hole in his mouth, and he whimpered a few times before he said, "I was wrong. I'm a faking Luo." Ah! The whole garden was shocked. Although everyone had guessed it, when he said it himself, it was still a big shock. Everyone secretly looked at Song Guang, whose face had already turned purple like a pig's liver. Ah! The Song sisters also screamed and fainted on the spot. "Bring the two young ladies down." Song Guang gritted his teeth. Immediately, servants helped the two sisters out of the garden. "What's your name?" Yunxiao asked. "Introduce yourself." Li Yunxiao sobbed intermittently. "Wu Deshang. Do you know what I hate the most about you? I wouldn't be angry if you impersonated Yunxiao to commit murder, arson, and robbery, but you just had to impersonate him to get a cannon. I really want to chop you to death. You know that?" "Woo-woo, I was wrong. Spare me, spare me." Wu Deshang sobbed. His face was covered in blood, and bloody bubbles kept popping up. It was a terrifying sight. "Forget it," Yunxiao said. "Killing you will dirty my hands." He clapped his hands. "City Lord, do as you see fit. No need to thank me. My name is Lei Feng." Song Guang's face was already dripping with water. He said coldly, "Take this fake Li Yunxiao away. I'll think about how to deal with him. I can't let him die so easily." There might not be any more chapters today. Good night, everyone. There were still 2 more chapters to complete. Tomorrow would be the last day, so there would definitely be no problem. Writing until now, she had mixed feelings. These few days she felt uncomfortable all over and wanted to vomit, But no matter what, she couldn't explode. He had to go on a business trip again tomorrow, catch a plane in the afternoon, and return on the 4th. He had to try to finish writing before boarding the plane, otherwise he would have to work until later. A few warriors from the Song family immediately came forward and dragged Wu Deshang away. Everyone looked at the blood on the ground and the cultivators who had fainted. The scene at this time was a huge contrast from the lively banquet before, making people sigh with emotion. Song Guang cupped his fists and said, "Who are you? Can you tell me so that I can show you my gratitude? If it wasn't for your timely help, I'm afraid my daughter would have been humiliated for life." "No need," Yunxiao said, waving his hand. "We're just here to watch the show." "Han Xian," he said to Jin Xian, "I'd like to borrow some of your power." "I'm always at your service, young Master Yun." Han Xian nodded. It was obvious that she was really willing, but her heart was full of joy, as if she was happy that she could do her best. When the company commander saw this, his face turned extremely gloomy, but at this moment, he did not dare to make a sound. He could only stare with a vulture's eyes, burning with anger, and occasionally flashing a look of resentment. "I hope you've learned your lesson today," Luo Tianliang said bitterly. "Don't be too arrogant. Only when you're strong can you be considered capable. Your family is powerful and your master is powerful, but that's not because of your ability. It will only make more people look down on you. You're on your own now. Young Master Yun, you guys go first. I'll go to the guild with Master Yuan Liang," he said. Yun Xiao knew that he wanted to help him with the help of the guild, so he did not hold back. He nodded and left with Han Xian. How could the company commander listen to him? He only felt that the other party was mocking and ridiculing him to his heart's content. It was like a knife cutting his flesh, and it was painful to the heart. He was ashamed and resentful, and his resentment was 100 times more than before. Jizhengda's mood today was like riding a roller coaster. He was scared silly just now and his mind was blank as he followed the crowd. The remaining people in the garden were also dumbfounded. They were unable to react to the dramatic change today. Song Guang's face was gloomy and uncertain, but he was more furious than ever. Yan Xinghua's face also became serious, and fear flashed in his eyes. These people from the Star and Moon School seemed to be very powerful. The rest of the people also had their own thoughts, and soon the banquet naturally ended on a bad note. The Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce was in charge of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce's business in Yongxiang City. So it had a large business and was almost the leading chamber of commerce. "What? You want to find the whereabouts of that Yu Tong?" In the reception room of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce, after Yun Xiao explained his purpose for coming, Han Xian was shocked and said, "I've heard of Yu Tong as well. She's been causing a lot of trouble recently, and even the holy region has suffered a lot. Young Master Yun, you must not go. You really have news." Yun Xiao was overjoyed. "Please help me find out." If it were any other matter, Han Xian would definitely try her best, Zixian said unhurriedly. "But this is too dangerous, and I don't want young Master Yun to take this unnecessary risk. There are many things in life that you can't avoid even if you want to," Yun Xiao said. "I'm taking the initiative now, which is better than waiting passively. Besides, you should know me very well. I won't do anything that I'm not completely confident in." Han Xian said, "But that moon pupil Xianxia—" "No buts," Yun Xiao said. "You must help me this time." His eyes were filled with determination, and he had an unquestionable temperament. Han Xian was put in a difficult position, but she could only agree. "Even so, I hope young Master Yun can consider your own safety. After all, Sister Ling is still waiting for you." Yun Xiao's pupils constricted. "I haven't heard from Ling for a long time. Do you have any news about her?" he asked. Han Xian muttered to herself for a while before looking at the rest of the people, as if trying to avoid suspicion. Yun Xiao thought for a moment, but decided not to ask further. So he said, "I almost forgot. Let me introduce you to my friends. This is Xianhua Chengqing." Xianhua squinted his eyes and praised, "You rascal, girls like you wherever you go. You're really the public enemy of all men in the world." Han Xuan's face was slightly red. She nodded and said, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Xianhua. That's a good name. It's the same as the Silver Moon Martial Emperor. Yunxiao smiled without saying a word and continued, "This is Lu Fian." Lu Fian nodded her head and smiled as a form of greeting. Han Xian was stunned and said awkwardly, "Lu Fian." Xianhua scoffed at Lu Fian. She smiled bitterly and said, "Sister Fian's name is the same as Mr. Xianhua's. They both have a strong aura." Lu Fian also smiled faintly and didn't comment. "This is Lord Ning Kuei," Yunxiao said. "This is his daughter Ning Kiyun." Han Xian. Hanin. She looked at Ning Ku, who was nodding to greet her on behalf of her father, and her heart trembled. For some reason, she began to break out in a cold sweat. "Young Master Yun, why do the names of these friends all sound like those of some important figures? Did I? This one is expressionless and ugly." Yunxiao blinked and said, "His name is Qiu Mujia, and the one who went to the Alchemist Association is Luo Tian." Finally, he pointed at the three old men in the corner and said, "I don't know the names of these three Wushuang, but people call them the red, yellow, and blue elders." Han Xian. Hanin. She was completely dumbfounded and stood rooted to the ground. She said in a daze, "These pixies, these friends, are they really pixies? Are they really pixies, the big shots?" "What big shot?" Xianhua laughed. "They're all just followers." Han Xian was shocked. "Why, you're really the Silver Moon Martial Emperor, Sir Xianhua." Any of the names Yunxiao had just mentioned was enough to shake the world. And now they were all gathered in her house drinking tea. How could she believe it? Hee, it's just a false reputation, nothing worth mentioning. Xianhua became humble all of a sudden, but the expression on his face was obviously extraordinarily proud. "Ah!" Han Xian was scared out of her wits and found it difficult to breathe. She gasped, "So, you're the Red Lotus Martial Emperor, Lord Lu Fian, the previous city lord of Red Moon City, Lord Ning Kuei, Lord Ning Kiyun, an elder of Divine Cloud Palace, Lord Qiu Mujia, who's known as the Crazy Alchemist, and the world-famous three elders of Red Moon City?" "It's these people," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You don't have to make such a fuss." Han Xian felt a little dizzy and staggered a few steps before she hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "Han Xian didn't know it was the Lord's coming. Please forgive her for her neglect." Ning Kuei smiled. "You don't have to be so polite, President Han Xian. What Master Xianhua said just now was right. We are just following young Master Yun." "I'm just following young Master Yun Xinjin." Han Xian murmured a few times as she looked at Yunxiao helplessly with a resentful look in her eyes, as if she were saying, "What level had he reached now? Don't listen to their nonsense." Yunxiao said with a smile, "With everyone's help, do you think it's dangerous for me to deal with Yuetong now?" Han Xian desperately nodded and said, "One or two of these lords is enough to deal with Yuetong. Now that they are all by your side, I can rest assured. I'll send people to find out more about Yutong, and I'll let you know as soon as I find anything." "Thank you for your hard work," Yunxiao said. Han Xian quickly ordered people to clean up the room and took them in. She also gave the order for the best treatment and to satisfy all of their requests. It was simple for everyone. They only asked for a secret room for cultivation and went into seclusion, not leaving the house at all. Yunxiao then asked about the extreme heavenly ice essence and the wood of eternity, but Han Xian had no clue either, so she agreed to have someone investigate it as soon as possible. Inside the Divine Realm tablet, Yunxiao reached out his hand, and a white light emerged in his palm, which transformed into the fragments of the great void Dao fruit. He stared at the Dao fruit fragment for a while, and a warm look appeared in his eyes. Fanny was still in a deep sleep at the moment. She seemed to have slept for a very long time. Yunxiao could feel the vitality in the flame and the slowly increasing power, so he was not worried. Although this isn't the best time to consume this Dao fruit fragment, I've used many methods, but I can't prevent the loss of its fruit flavor. If this continues, this Dao fruit fragment will probably be useless. Yunxiao sighed with emotion. If he had waited until he reached the peak of 9 stars martial sovereign or transcended the mortal world to use this Dao fruit fragment, it would have the best effect. Unfortunately, he could not wait that long. He pondered for a moment and no longer hesitated. He swallowed the Dao fruit fragment directly and sat cross-legged in the void. He began to comprehend. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire Yongxiang city began to become somewhat unusual. The Song family had become the laughingstock of the entire city, but the entire city was patrolled by armored martial artists. Anyone who heard gossip would be arrested without mercy. It seemed to be in a high-pressure state. All the major forces were also very cautious. They forbade public or private discussions about this matter, in case they accidentally spread it and became a thorn in the Song family's side. Han Xian also began to get busy. She used all sorts of connections to investigate the moon pupil's whereabouts. Fortunately, more and more people seemed to be paying attention to the moon pupil's matter, and all sorts of news kept flying to Yongxiang City. In this solemn atmosphere, Yan Xinghua was also restless. No matter how he asked, he could not find out the identities of the warriors from Star and Moon School. He only knew that the Alchemist Association was very close to them, and he often saw Master Yuan Liang visiting the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce, which was not a good sign for him. Time passed by unknowingly. More than 10 days later, inside the Divine Realm tablet, Yunxiao sat in the air and performed incantation gestures with one hand. Ancient Maha characters kept flashing around him and then disappeared. A shadow of an eye slowly appeared behind him. It slowly opened its blood-red eyes, and countless runes and magatama flickered within. With a blink, it emitted a 7-colored luster. Yunxiao slowly raised his hand, and a beam of golden light flashed at his fingertip. Then, with a boom, it spread out like a barrier. He changed his hand's seal, and the enchantment gushed with light. It turned into countless golden runes that flew up and poured into the pupil. In an instant, the light in his eyes changed. The 7-colored light turned into a golden light. His pupils slowly contracted, and countless strange marks flashed in them. The light turned and looked forward. It passed through layers of space and seemed to take in the entire heavenly martial land. Yunxiao was slightly surprised. It felt like he could see through the Divine Realm tablet and move forward rapidly in the heavenly martial realm. In an instant, he felt as if he no longer existed. He was just a ray of light without any thoughts. He simply flew in the sky and looked down at the magnificent mountains and rivers. The first thing that came into view was the Yongxiang City Lord's manor. The people inside were in a hurry, and all of them had their heads lowered. The atmosphere seemed to be a little depressing. In a small house next to them, there were sounds of people being beaten, scolded, and shrill screams. Yunxiao could not help but feel a little strange. He could only see and not hear anything, so why did he hear a scream? With a thought, he could see the interior of the room clearly. Songbai held a long whip in her hand and was constantly hitting the servant girl. The servant girl's body was covered in shocking wounds and blood was all over the ground. She was curled up in a corner and twitching, almost on the verge of death. Just a moment ago, he could still hear the scolding and screams outside the house, but once he entered the house, there was no sound, only the scene in front of him. Songbai's hand raised and the whip fell. Her face was extremely ferocious and her eyes were filled with cold killing intent. It was as if she had made up her mind to beat the servant girl to death. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes immediately darted around, taking in the entire city lord's mansion. Song Guang paced back and forth in the courtyard before walking into a dungeon. Wu Deshang's entire body was soaked in some kind of medicinal liquid. His body was constantly twitching, and he seemed to be in extreme pain. His gaze moved forward again, and in an instant he was out of Yongxiang City. Furthermore, his speed became faster and faster, as if he had traveled 10,000 miles in an instant. Many cities flew past his eyes, and the land he could see became larger and wider. Yunxiao's heart was filled with surprise. He felt that his eyes seemed to be attracted by something, and they were moving forward at an unimaginable speed. After crossing countless miles of mountains and rivers, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Several huge ravines appeared in a mountain range, and the surroundings were filled with ruins. In contrast to this destruction, powerful spiritual energy continued to overflow from the mountain and shot straight into the sky. It was the scene of the feng shui lines in the spirited mountain breaking and the spiritual energy leaking out. It was like the final radiance of a person's life, blooming all the light in his life. It was as if an earth-shattering battle had just taken place. The sky and earth were shattered, and the mountains collapsed. There seemed to be human figures flashing in the spiritual energy that filled the sky. Yuanxiao could not help but narrow his eyes. His eyes had been able to see through everything along the way, but for some reason, he could not see through the fog at this moment. Suddenly, a trembling figure was staggering in the spiritual qi. It wasn't that the person couldn't move, but that his injuries were too serious, and he looked like he was staggering. Yuanxiao grew a little anxious, and it was only at this moment that what he saw slowly became clear. Under the feet of the staggering figure were corpses, and all of them were dressed in the same clothes. They must have come from the same sect. His heart trembled violently because he was no stranger to this sect. It was the Murong family. The staggering figure emerged as well, and the vague outline that became clear gave Yuanxiao a great shock that rushed into the sky like a stormy wave. Ning Kiyue! Yuanxiao cried out in his heart. But no matter how hard he shouted, Ning Kiyue could not hear him at all. She could only watch and walk, trembling. Eh! Suddenly, a clear voice entered his ears, causing his body to tremble once more. He could not help but shiver. Tianxi! Tianxi! Yuanxiao almost went crazy as he roared. Where are you? Where was he? Come out! Hee! It's you indeed. In front of Ning Kiyue, the figure of a majestic man slowly appeared. Under Yuanxiao's gaze, he could only see his thin lips. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he seemed to be injured. However, at this moment he smiled and said, You've already cultivated the moon pupil to this level? It seems like even trash can be picked up and used. Where are you? Quickly tell me where you are. Yuanxiao roared hysterically. When he heard the voice and the face that gradually became clear in his eyes, he could not help but burst into anger, and the scene in the ancient world kept emerging in his mind. I know your name. You are Li Yuanxiao, right? Good luck. There's still a long way to go before the full power of the moon pupil is activated. I hope that when I find you, you'll be able to meet my expectations. Tian Si's chuckling rang out, and Murong Zhu's face gradually appeared in front of Yuanxiao's eyes. There was no blood on his fair face, and his eyes flickered with a light as deep as the ocean, looking extremely demonic. Whoosh! Suddenly the world changed, and the entire time and space changed. Yuanxiao felt a sharp pain in his head, and then he came out of the state of traveling 10,000 miles in a flash, and his eyes returned to the Divine Realm tablet. His face was extremely gloomy, and his body was still trembling. The boundless flames of anger burned his body, and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. What's wrong? Why was it that when others cultivated, they would sit quietly, peaceful and quiet, with the appearance of an expert? And every time you cultivate, you're in a state of extreme pain. Your face is either pale or your veins are bulging. This time, your body is even trembling violently. I saw that you've been trembling for half a day. Are you all right? A voice resounded as Che Yu's body appeared before him. Yuanxiao looked up, his eyes filled with anger and fierceness. He gave the man a glance, then slowly adjusted his emotions. He exhaled and said, I'm fine, she said. I thought you'd be possessed by the devil and was considering if I should step on you, but who knew you'd recover on your own? Che Yu frowned. Yuanxiao gradually regained his composure and said, I just saw Ning Kiyue and Tianxi. You must have fallen asleep. Che Yu's eyes narrowed. Yuanxiao shook his head and said through gritted teeth, I really did see it. It seems that because I've cultivated the wondrous spiritual eyes, I've completely released the power of the moon eye, directly penetrating through 10,000 li of space. Che Yu was shocked. There's such a thing. No wonder you had such a huge emotional fluctuation. So you've already found where Tian Si is. I only know that it's in a mountain range, Yuanxiao said. I can't pinpoint the specific coordinates at all. Besides, the ground is full of corpses, all of them from the Murong family. The Murong family has also moved out? Che Yu asked. Humph, unless they turn out in full strength, they won't be a match for Tian Si and the ultimate. They'll only be courting death. Yuanxiao was silent for a while, and then he remembered what Tiansi had said just now. He said that there was still a long way to go before the full power of the moon pupil was activated. Could it be that the moon pupil's limit has not been unleashed yet? He had always thought that he had mastered the moon pupil spell, and that the situation just now should have been the highest state that appeared after cultivating the wondrous spirit eyes. Moreover, he had suddenly entered this state when he was comprehending the Tao fruit of Great Void. Now, no matter how hard he tried, he could not reproduce it again. He could not even see through the secret chamber where the Divine Realm tablet was located, let alone travel 10,000 miles in an instant. Cheyu saw that he was sweating profusely, as if he was trying to do something. He looked like he had failed. He consoled him. You can't force things, just do your best. And you're destined to meet him sooner or later, so what are you afraid of? What you need to do now is to continuously increase your strength. Yunxiao sighed, nodded and said, You've already refined the Heaven-Earth No-Way sword. Cheiyu's eyes shot out a bright light. He was filled with excitement. It is! He raised his hand, and with a clang, a sword shadow appeared in the sky. The sword shadow was green in color, and it opened up like a barrier, instantly enveloping the space within a radius of 10,000 miles. Even though Yunxiao was the master of the Divine Realm tablet, he was shocked by the power. It seemed that it could break through the realm power at any time. Within the green barrier, a dragon's shadow appeared. It was the embodiment of the heaven and earth swordless sword. If I can find the 4 swords of the true dragon and combine them into one, I can also use this sword to break through the bloodline barrier and achieve the 10 directions divine realm. Humph! Yunxiao poured cold water on him. You won't be able to get the boundless calamity sword in the dragon head's hand, let alone 4, unless you are confident that you can defeat Lord First Dragon, the 10 true spirits. Cheiyu's brows revealed a worried expression, but it quickly relaxed. He smiled. Haha, I'm not afraid. With a fiend like you by my side, even Shilong would die if he met you. TSK. TSK. I came to find you because I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation and wanted to see if I could have a chance to make a breakthrough. I didn't expect to get this invisible heaven and earth sword as soon as I saw you. You're really the chosen one. As long as I follow you, I'll find the 4 swords sooner or later. Yunxiao was speechless. All right, he said. It's pretty cool to have you as my bodyguard. Humph. Cheyu said coldly. You still think I'm a slave? I'm telling you, unless your life is hanging by a thread, this lord will never make a move. You're on your own. After he finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared into the sky. Yunxiao was speechless for a moment, then he shouted angrily, Then what use do I have for you? Get lost. However, there was no one in the sky, and no one answered him. Yunxiao gradually calmed down and began to think about his previous state. It should be an extremely powerful divine ability of wondrous spell spirit's eyes. When he was comprehending the Tao fruit, he had suddenly activated the power of the moon pupil and inadvertently cast it. Now, no matter how hard he tried, it was completely fruitless. Forget it, cultivation can't be forced. Xianxia must have just fought a huge battle with the Morong family. If we can use this opportunity to pursue him, we'll definitely be able to kill him in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, he left the Divine Realm tablet and went to find Hanxian. Outside the Purple Cloud Trade Union, there were shadows flashing from time to time, and dozens of lights fell one after another. The people of the Chamber of Commerce were shocked and hurriedly reported. Hanxian was in a small courtyard, holding a jade slip in her hand, frowning. Suddenly, a report came from outside, and she flew out in a hurry. Outside the Chamber of Commerce, a powerful aura hit them in the face. It was actually the joint efforts of several martial artists to set up a barrier, sealing off the entire Chamber of Commerce. When she saw who it was, she immediately flew into a rage and shouted, Captain, what are you doing? Among the dozens of figures, the one in front was the Lien family's eldest young master, the company commander. Seeing Hanxian appear, his face immediately turned cold and he said, Hanxian, where are those people from the Star and Moon School? Tell them to come out. Han Xuan's expression changed slightly, and the expressions of the people beside the company commander also turned grave. At a glance, one could tell that they were all experts from their surging yuan power. It's a good thing that they showed mercy on you during the wedding banquet that day and didn't make things too difficult for you, she said angrily. You mustn't return evil with good. Otherwise, the consequences won't be something you can bear. Haha, repaying evil with good? Beating this young master in front of the entire city, and actually saying that I repaid evil with good. The company commander was furious and shouted to the person beside him, "Fourth uncle, you heard it too, right?" His fourth uncle Lien Tong nodded and said, "As expected, there are people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I really want to know what kind of consequences in this world my Lien family can't bear. For the Star and Moon School to become one of the 7 chambers of commerce from a nobody in just a few years, there must be something extraordinary about it. Let's call them out to make things clear, and ask them to be fair and just. Don't use force to oppress others." A red-robed man said unhurriedly. The man's face was handsome and his expression was calm. The red robe he was wearing was embroidered with cloud patterns and looked very gorgeous. "Yes, master." The company commander hurriedly bowed to receive the lesson, his face full of respect. Lien Tong laughed. Grandmaster Hongyang is very eager to see his disciple. When he heard that Chang'er had suffered a loss, he immediately rushed over. However, he still did not lose his bearing as a grandmaster. Hongyang said, "Although the strong are respected in this world, we can't go against our hearts. We can't do things against our hearts. We can't use our power to bully others. The words of the great master are indeed righteous and compassionate. No wonder he can achieve remarkable achievements in the art of sorcery and earn the respect of the world. Company commander, you must remember Grandmaster Hongyang's teachings." An old man in a green shirt said slowly, "Yes, your disciple will always remember the teachings of the 2 masters," the company commander quickly said. The old man in green was Ichuan, the company commander's martial arts teacher. He had also heard that Hongyang had entered the 9th level of alchemy and had specially rushed over to congratulate him. Who knew that he would just happen to run into the company commander's matter? Master Hongyang? Han Xian was shocked and hurriedly bowed. "So it's Master Hongyang and Lord Ichuan. Han Xian greets the 2 lords," she muttered in her heart. She did not expect that the red-robed man was actually the 9th-tier great alchemist who had been famous throughout the eastern region and had been in the limelight recently. Hongyang said, "There's no need to be so polite. I've heard of guild leader Han Xuan's name for a long time. Now that I've met you, you're indeed a capable person. Grandmaster, you're too kind. I hope that you can ask the Lien family to leave, so as not to make a big deal out of this small matter," Han Xian hurriedly said. "Difficult to end? Humph. This matter is already difficult to resolve." Lien Tong shouted. "In the entire eastern region, no one dares to disrespect the Lien family. The merchant union is really lawless. Not only did you steal my nephew's myriad flower 100 treasures due, you even injured him. Do you think this matter can be settled easily?" Han Xian frowned. "It's hard to tell right from wrong, but it's already happened. I hope that the big thing can be reduced to a small one and the small thing can be resolved." "Oh? I would like to know how Miss Han Xian can turn a big matter into a small matter into a law," the company commander said coldly. "How about this?" Han Xian said. "You name a condition, and the Purple Cloud Trade Union will compensate you. Then we'll forget about this. We'll pretend that it never happened." "I'm just afraid that you won't agree to my conditions," the company commander said coldly. "As long as it's not too much, I'll try my best to satisfy you," Han Xian said with a frown. She really didn't want to fall out with the Lien family. Although Yun Xiao and the others could oppress them for a while, she was a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and thousands of her subordinates were making a living with her in the eastern region. It was unwise to offend such a powerful local tyrant. "It's not too much, not at all," the captain chuckled. "And it's a great benefit for Miss Han Xian. As long as Miss Han Xian marries me, I'll pretend nothing happened." He saw Han Xuan's face was gradually filled with anger, and he quickly said, "Although I already have a wife, as long as you marry me, I will immediately divorce her and you will be my wife. With the Lien family's power and the relationship between you and Tianyuan Trading Company, it is not a dream to make the Purple Cloud Trading Company the biggest trading company in the eastern region. He was getting a little excited and his eyes were shining. Han Xian was furious and gritted her teeth. All of you, get lost. Lien Tong's face darkened. Scolding the Lien family is already a serious crime, he said coldly. What's more, you even insulted Lord Hongyang and Lord Fuichuan. Your crime is unforgivable. Hongyang and Fuichuan's expressions also darkened, and they did not look good. Miss Han Xian, could it be that my disciple isn't good enough for you? Fuichuan asked. It's not a matter of whether I'm worthy or not, Han Xian said seriously. It's just that I don't have a good impression of the company's eldest son at all. How can I force a marriage? Fuichuan said, how can people of our generation decide their own marriage? Guild leader Han Xian was a woman among women, so she should understand a lot of things. An alliance of interests is the final destination of marriage. Han Xian frowned and said coldly, really? Just like young Master Tang Xian and Lady Ruobing? Fu Yichuan's expression changed drastically. News of the great changes in Red Moon City had spread all over the world. Because of a marriage, even the city lord's head was separated from his body, and he had become the laughingstock of the world. Now that Han Xian had brought it up in front of him, it was obvious that she was intentionally slapping his face. He immediately said coldly, since Han Xian refused a toast only to drink a forfeit, then don't blame my disciple for not being polite. The Lien Tong's eyes were cold as he shouted, go, capture Han Xian. Suddenly, several rays of light rushed up and flew toward Han Xian. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and several figures descended from the sky. The one in the lead waved his hands and blocked Han Xian behind him. He shouted angrily, Hongyang, get them to stop! When Hongyang took a closer look, he saw that it was Yuan Liang, the president of Yongxiang City's Alchemist Association, and a few warriors who followed him. Hearing the other party call him by his name, he felt extremely displeased. He said coldly, so it's Master Yuan Liang. Could it be that you're with the merchant union to bully my disciple? Yuan Liang's eyes widened in anger. Hongyang, what do you mean by this? I told you to stop for your own good. For our own good? Hongyang's face darkened. I know that there's an 8th-tier alchemist among these people, he said coldly. He seems to be from the Sea of Soul formation as well. I wonder which great master he is. Could it be that he has a strong background? Yuan Liang revealed a strange expression and said, anyway, don't ask. You and I have known each other for many years. Why would I harm you? Hongyang frowned. Before he became a 9th-tier alchemist, Yuan Liang had been very respectful to him. For one, his alchemy was at the peak of the 8th tier, and he could break through to the 9th tier at any time. For another, his master was Master Luo Tian, who was famous all over the world. Logically speaking, after he stepped into the 9th step, he should be even more on the same side as him. Why did he feel a little strange? His heart sank, wondering if the 8th-tier alchemist had a more powerful background. After all, his master was not the leader of the Sea of Soul formation. Fu Yichuan replied coldly, for our own good? Grandmaster Yuan Liang is really worried about us. Grandmaster only needs to stand aside for our own good. Fu Yichuan, Yuan Liang said angrily, I also advise you to take care of yourself. Don't let yourself be consigned to eternal damnation. Beyond redemption? Ha ha ha. Fu Yichuan laughed wildly and said coldly, Red Moon City has been through a lot of ups and downs for decades. I, Fu Yichuan, have survived the chaos of Gu Feiyang, the chaos of Earth and Heaven, and the chaos of Li Yunxiao not long ago. I'd like to see how you can make me die for all eternity. Yuan Liang suddenly laughed coldly and waved his hand to have his subordinates stand to the side. He himself also stepped back and made an inviting gesture, saying, Since you all say so, then please, if you want to touch her, I won't interfere. Both Hongyang and Fu Yichuan frowned. The Lien commander snorted. You're acting all mysterious. There's nothing the Lien family can't handle in the eastern region. "Arrest him!" he shouted, and the Lien family's martial artists once again leaped forward. Suddenly, a lazy voice rang out. "I don't know if it's because this secret chamber is trash, or if my hearing is too good. I want to go into seclusion in peace and increase my strength, but I can't even do it in peace. There's so much noise outside. Is it really environmentally friendly?" Bang! 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 As the voice fell, Xianhua's figure appeared outside the Chamber of Commerce. He turned his gaze and looked at the Lien family. "What? How is that possible?" The company commander and the company commander trembled in shock. Two of the martial artists who had attacked just now were 8 Stars martial emperors. They actually all flew away in one move. No, it should be said that he didn't even meet her once, because they didn't see clearly how the person in front of them had attacked. It was as if those people had flown away by themselves. But could those people fly away by themselves? Of course not. Under Xianhua's gaze, the uncle and nephew of the Lien family felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if they had been thrown into 10,000 years old black ice, and their bodies were cold. "Ah? Why you're Ing Luo?" Hong Yang and Fu Yichuan both cried out in shock at the same time, their faces filled with shock. Yuan Liang sneered as he looked at the few of them. However, doubt also welled up in his heart. He only knew Luo Tian among these people. He suddenly recalled something. Recently, he had only been in direct contact with Luo Tian. He had never seen any of these people. Felt like Luo Tian was running errands for these people. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. His premonition seemed to have become clear, but his rationality made him unable to believe it. Xianhua said coldly, "Hongyang, you still recognize me? You must be Master Chun. We just parted at the Red Moon City, and we meet again so soon." Lord Yichuan actually didn't die in the calamity of the Red Moon City. It's really a miracle. Yunxiao also appeared in a flash, looking at Fu Yichuan with a smile in his eyes. Fu Yichuan felt the world spin around him, and his body trembled violently, because in addition to Xianhua and Yunxiao, he also saw Ning Kuei, Ning Qiyun, the 3 old men, Lu Fian, Qiu Mujie, Luo Tian, and others walking out one by one. Similarly, Hongyang's glass heart shattered into pieces. When he saw Luo Tian walk out, his inner defenses crumbled instantly, and he knelt down on the spot with a plop. "Ah? Master. 2 masters, what's wrong?" The company commander was shocked and hurriedly went forward to help Hongyang up. Bang! Fu Yichuan immediately slapped him across the face and shouted hysterically, "Damned little bastard! What kind of people have you offended? You've caused your master's death." The company commander's body flipped over a dozen times in the air, and his teeth fell all over the ground. This slap was merciless, and blood splattered in the air. Fu Yichuan didn't dare to show any mercy. After the palm strike, he hurriedly went forward and bowed. He said in a trembling voice, "Greetings, my lords." The company commander and company commander were dumbfounded. Seeing this, how could they not understand? They knew that they had offended a big shot, but no matter who they were not people who could scare the 2 lords to death. Fu Yichuan was as submissive as a dog, and Hongyang was even kneeling down. Who were these people? His mind went blank. The Lien family's people who had besieged the Purple Cloud Trade Union had long since spread like wildfire. Soon, many warriors had surrounded them and watched from a distance. After seeing this scene, they were all dumbfounded, and many of them fell from the sky. "Fuck! Am I seeing things?" They rubbed their eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Could it be that the person who had made the 9th-tier alchemist, Grandmaster Hongyang, kneel in fear was the Lord of the Holy Land, one of the 7 Grandmasters, and a titled martial sovereign? The Song family had also rushed over as soon as they heard the news. They didn't want the Lien family and the Merchant Union to have a conflict in their own territory. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to get on the good side of both sides. By the time Song Guang arrived with a large group of experts, they were just in time to see Hongyang kneeling down and the company commander being sent flying by Fu Yichuan's slap. They were all dumbfounded and stood not too far away, forgetting what they had come here for. "Humph!" Elder Hong snorted coldly and raised his eyes. We're not lords, you're Lord Ichuan. Fu Ichuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he almost knelt down on the spot with Hongyang. Hongyang, you've truly disappointed me, Luo Tian sighed. Upon hearing this, Hongyang trembled in fear. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed violently, as if he was pounding garlic. His head was covered in blood after a few kowtows. He said in a trembling voice, Master, I was wrong. I'm sorry to you and all the other generous elders. If I had known that you and all the other elders were here, I wouldn't have dared to come even if you beat me to death. Ah! This time everyone was stunned, but they also understood. Who was Hongyang's master? Everyone present knew that he was the world-renowned ninth-tier alchemist Luo Tian. Song Guang was also dumbfounded. Such an unremarkable old man was actually Luo Tian. He hurriedly led everyone to run forward and bow. Yongxiang City Lord Song Guang greets Master Luo Tian. Luo Tian waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. The company commander and company commander were completely dumbfounded. Their minds were blank, and only a few words kept flashing in their minds. It's over. It's over, Ing Luo. Elder Hong said. Just now, I seem to have heard someone say that there's nothing in the eastern domain that the Lien family can't handle. Ichuna, you should deal with us three old men first. If you kill us three old farts, it will save us the trouble of not seeing and not worrying. Fu Ichuan put on a long face and said with a trembling voice, My lord, my three lords, Ichuan deserves to die. Pa! 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 He actually slapped himself in the street, each slap heavier than the last, and his face was red and swollen after a few slaps. The entire street was filled with the sound of his slaps. Everyone was dumbfounded and felt as if he was slapping himself. Ji Zhengde, who had been staying in the Purple Cloud Trade Union all this time, was also dumbfounded. He felt that the world was changing too fast and he could not understand it. Now everyone knew that the Lien family was in big trouble. They all watched from a distance, and no one dared to approach. The company commander and company commander were on the verge of breaking down. Of their two greatest supporters, one was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing in repentance. His forehead was covered in blood, and the other was slapping himself with his head lowered. Both of their faces were swollen like pig heads. Song Guang originally wanted to step forward, but he was immediately scared silly by the scene. How could he still dare to step forward? Luo Tian glanced at his beloved disciple and sighed. All right, you may rise. It was only then that Hongyang crawled up from the ground, trembling with fear. He stood there unmoving, allowing the blood to flow freely from his head, not daring to deal with it at all. Why are you still standing there? Luo Tian shouted. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Yun. Hongyang looked confused, as he had no idea who young Master Yun was. Only after Luo Tian gave him a look from the corner of his eye did he come to a realization. He hurriedly bowed to Yun Xiao and said, Hongyang was blind to have offended young Master Yun. He deserves to die 1,000 times. I hope young Master Yun can forgive him. Although he was very respectful and sincere, he was still mumbling in his heart. Who the hell is this young Master Yun? Stop fighting, Elder Hong said to Fu Ichuan. Go and apologize to young Master Yun. Yes. Fu Ichuan was very straightforward. After all, he knew what kind of person Yun Xiao was, so he did not have any anger in his heart. He went over and apologized. I don't deserve it, Yun Xiao said lightly. In fact, I should be the one apologizing. I took your disciple's myriad flowers 100 treasures due and hit him. I should be the one apologizing. Young Master Yun, you must be joking. The company commander's ability is low, and he's arrogant and unruly. Fortunately, he met young Master Yun. If it were anyone else, he would have been beaten to death. Fu Ichuan said righteously. Little bastard. Hurry up and come over here to kowtow and apologize to young Master Yun. The company commander ran over in a hurry. He didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. He knelt down with a plop and begged for mercy. Yun Xiao found it boring, so he said, You didn't do anything wrong, so you don't have to apologize to me. The reason I didn't like you and took your 10,000 flower hundred treasures due was because you had bad intentions towards my friend. This made me very unhappy. Han Xuan's heart was moved, and a warm current rippled in her heart. Although she knew that Yun Xiao only regarded her as an ordinary friend, she still felt a sweet and happy feeling. Yes, yes, I deserve to die, I deserve to die. I shouldn't have had improper thoughts about Miss Han Xian, the company commander said with a long face. I shouldn't have been a toad lusting after a swan's meat. I deserve to die. Please, young Master Yun, spare me. What? Yun Xiao frowned. Didn't you hear what I said? You didn't let me down. Fu Yichuan kicked him mercilessly, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He shouted, You're apologizing to Miss Han Xian. You pig-head. He looked fierce, but in fact he was protecting his disciple. It was better for him to beat him up rather miserably than Yun Xiao killing him when he was upset. The company commander didn't bother to wipe away the blood and hurriedly crawled over on his knees. He repeatedly kowtowed and said, Han Xian, Miss Han Xian, please spare my dog life. At this moment, Song Guang finally mustered up his courage and walked over from a distance. He said, Guild leader Luan Xian, the company's eldest son may have offended you, but he did it because he likes you. Please let him go this time. Since the city lord said so, I won't hold it against you, but I hope you won't do it again, Han Xian said. Yes, yes, I definitely won't. The company commander was almost about to cry. After today's incident, he was so scared that he didn't even dare to have any other thoughts. Although Yun Xiao and Han Xian had let him go, the aftermath of the matter was far from over. Several days later, after the Lian family found out who he had offended, they directly abolished his title of eldest young master, forever deprived him of his right of inheritance, and exiled him as a foreign disciple. Fu Yichuan said, Miss Han Xian is so kind, you little bastard. Hurry up and thank her. If there's a next time, I'll be the first to cripple you. Although he looked fierce, he was actually a coward. In the end, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, yes. Thank you, Miss Han Xian. Thank you, young Master Yun. The company commander cried and crawled. Finally, he managed to save his life. He was so excited that he really cried. At this moment, he was still in a state of shock and fear. Who on earth did he offend? This was also a question that Song Guang wanted to know, and he turned to Han Xian with a pleading look. After all, among these people, he only dared to talk to Han Xian. My lord, Han Xian said with a smile, young Master Yun is your good son-in-law. Good son-in-law? Ah! Song Guang suddenly reacted, and was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood something. Yun Xiao was very irritated at the moment, and he had no interest in the matter at hand. He just asked, Han Xian, Yuan Liang, is there any news recently? Yuan Liang's face revealed a trace of solemnness, and he said, I just got some information. I don't know if it's valuable. Me too, Han Xian said. It looks like it's most likely true. Why don't we verify it together? All right. Yuan Liang nodded in a deep voice. Let's talk inside, Yun Xiao said. I don't want to be watched by so many bored people. Everyone walked in, while Hong Yang, Fu Yichuan, Song Guang, and the Lian family stood outside, not knowing whether to leave or not. Very quickly, Luo Tian walked out again and said, The three of you, come in. The rest of you, get lost. He pointed to Hong Yang, Fu Yichuan, and Song Guang. The three of them trembled and immediately followed him carefully into the Purple Cloud Trade Union. As for the Lian family, they ran away as if they were flying. The martial artists who were watching felt that it was still not over, but they could not see what was going on, so they slowly dispersed. However, for a long time, the tea houses in Yongxiang City had many more exciting scenes. After entering the Purple Cloud Trading Company, everyone sat down. Hong Yang and the others did not dare to sit. The maidservant brought a stool over and carefully sat down at the bottom. Master Yuan Liang, Han Xian, Yun Xiao said, tell me your news. The two of them looked at each other. Yuan Liang said, I'll go first. Actually, this isn't a secret anymore. The commotion this time was too big, and I'm afraid it'll spread all over the world very soon. This time, one of the Sanctum's rulers, Lord Black Universe Protector, along with the Nangong family's leader, Nangong Buhai, and many other experts are attacking Yutong. Then we were defeated, Yunxiao said. Countless people died. Everyone was shocked. Yuan Liang said in astonishment, so young Master Yun already knows. He looked at Han Xian reproachfully, thinking that she was the one who said it. Young Master Yun, how did you know? Han Xian asked innocently. I seem to have sensed something with Tianxi, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. I don't know the details. Just now, he was feeling uneasy during his seclusion, so he came out. I don't know the details, though. Those who knew his identity all looked enlightened. After all, everyone in the world knew that Gu Feiyang had the moon pupil technique. Han Xian was taken aback. So that's how it is. The Sacred Zone's attack on the moon pupil has resulted in many deaths and injuries. The world is shocked. Even Lord Black Universe Protector was heavily injured. That Yuetong is so powerful, she said worriedly. Young Master Yun, you shouldn't get involved. The sanctuary will deal with them. Nangong Buhai is known as the world's #1 illusionist, Lu Fian said with a serious expression. With the addition of Black Universe Protector and the Murong family, his strength is no weaker than ours. We can't be careless. Xian Hua chuckled. With He Yuhu and the others taking the lead, that Yutong must also be seriously injured. We just have to find them as soon as possible, pick up a big bargain, and kill them in one fell swoop. Song Guang and Yuan Liang's hearts trembled with shock. These people claimed to be on par with He Yuhu, Nangong Buhai, and the others. Just who were they? But he must not be a simple man since he was with Yunxiao. Han Xian frowned. That's where the problem lies. Right now, all the major forces are paying attention to the moon pupil's movements. But after this battle, the moon pupil seems to have disappeared from all the major forces' eyes. There's no trace of it at all. Disappeared. Yunxiao was taken aback. Such a shocking battle has attracted the attention of the world, he said suspiciously. How can it disappear from everyone's eyes? It's extremely easy for them to avoid detection given their abilities, Qiu Mujie said coldly. Yunxiao frowned. Qiu Mujie was right. With Tian Si's ability, it would indeed be difficult to find him if he wanted to hide. This also proved that Tianxi was indeed heavily injured, just like what he had seen in his eye technique. Lu Fian said, since he has the intention to hide, I'm afraid he won't appear again for a short time. Yunxiao, why don't you return to the Sea of Soul Formation with us first? Once there's news of Tianxi, you can make your move. Furthermore, by borrowing the power of the Sea of Soul Formation and learning from what happened to the Sanctum, you'll have a great chance of success. Yes, Xianhua said. I'm very interested in what you've done all these years. Tell me about it later. Yunxiao's face turned ugly. After pondering for a while, he said, I still have other things to do, so I won't go back with you. I will definitely come to the appointment between Min Shengfeng and the Sea of Soul Formation in half a year. What? Half a year? Where are you going? Xianhua was shocked. You're actually taking so long? Lu Fian also looked at him with a frown. The fewer people know about this, the better, Yunxiao said. You can go back to the Sea of Soul Formation first. Xianhua's brows furrowed, and he seemed to be a little unhappy, but he quickly dispersed and said, if anything happens, we can all shoulder it together. After all, your current strength is very weak. It's just a small matter, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'll call you if there's anything serious that I need to do to get myself killed. Get lost. Xianhua laughed and scolded. No matter what it is, we can help you. Lu Fian said. Yunxiao laughed. I can't ask you to help me with every little thing. I've been a warrior of the Origin Realm for a long time, and I've been through a lot. Now I'm only one step away from the peak. There are not many people in the world who can hurt me. Lu Fian knew his temperament and knew that there was no point in saying anything more, so she could only say, then take care. I'll be waiting for you at the Sea of Soul Formation in half a year. In this period of time, I'll keep an eye on Tianxi's news, and if there are any clues, I'll inform you at the first moment. Similarly, if you do find Tianxi, you must not travel alone. Remember to inform us. Take care, Yunxiao said. Lu Fian nodded her head. Although the few of them were reluctant, they knew that the time to part had come. Everyone was a free and easy person. So Xianxia said, "When we meet again in the future, we'll drink and chat happily, and we'll part here." The two of them left together, with Luo Tian and Hongyang following closely behind. Without waiting for Han Xian to send them off, they had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Lord Xianxia and Lord Lu Fian are truly godlike existences, Han Xian said. How did young Master Yun get to know them? Only then did Song Guang and Yuan Liang's entire bodies tremble. They understood who that person was just now. Both of their hands were sweating, and a chill ran down their backs. Only now did they understand what kind of terrifying person their company commander had offended. "I don't know why young Master Yun has gone," Ning Kuei said. "It's not convenient for me to ask. In the future, don't forget to inform me if you want to deal with Tianxi and save my daughter." "Where are you going, my lord and the three old men?" Yun Xiao asked. "I'm no longer in the Red Moon City," Ning Kuei said. "I'll go to Xinxiao Palace with my daughter." "The Divine Cloud Palace?" Yun Xiao frowned. Ning Qiyun said, "I'll temporarily place my father and the three elders in the Star and Moon School and wait for the changes in the world's situation. After all, the Palace Lord has yet to come out of seclusion, so it's inconvenient to bring them into the palace." Song Guang and Yuan Liang were even more shocked. The woman in front of them was actually a member of Divine Cloud Palace, and from her words it seemed that Star Moon School and Divine Cloud Palace had a very close relationship. Song Guang had a sudden realization. No wonder the Star and Moon School could establish itself in the Merchant Union in such a short time. He suddenly felt lucky that he had always treated Ji Zhengde well. In the future, he would have to pay more attention to the development of the Star and Moon School in Yongxiang City. "That's good," Yun Xiao said. "With the protection of the Divine Firmament Palace, it won't be easy for Wei Qing to find trouble with you." "Lord Yichuan, what's the current situation in the Red Moon City?" After the last battle, the Tang family and the four extreme sects' power completely disappeared, Fu Yichuan quickly explained. Apart from Castellan Luo Qingyun and Deputy Castellan Li Yi, who are outsiders, the situation has basically returned to the control of the Jiang, Ning, and Ruan families. However, the three families have also suffered heavy casualties. The strength of Red Moon City is no longer what it used to be. If the old Castellan and the three elders don't go back, there's no way we can go against Luo Qingyun and Li Yi, he said with a troubled expression. Ning Kuei said, "Behind these two people is Wei Qing. After Chu Ran died, the Red Moon City lost the power to compete with Wei Qing. After the Tang family collapsed, they lost the power to deal with Wei Qing again. Even if we go back, we will only make the current stable situation turn chaotic again, which is extremely unfavorable to the Red Moon City." "Old City Lord, are you really willing to give up Red Moon City just like that?" Fu Yichuan asked. Ning Kuei said, "It's not necessary to give it up. Now is not the time for me. If I forcibly oppose the world's forces, I'll be putting myself to death. I'll definitely be crushed and it'll be a disaster for Red Moon City." Song Guang, who was listening, was covered in cold sweat. He had some guesses about the identity of the person in front of him, but he didn't dare to believe it. "But Your Excellency is right," Yun Xiao said. "It is indeed the best ending to let Red Moon City be under Wei Qing's control for the time being. Besides, Luo Qingyun promised me that he wouldn't make things difficult for everyone, because this is not his goal." Ning Kuei said, "Not bad. That kid is not bad. His future will be limitless." "Yichuan, is your heart on our side or on Wei Qing's side?" Fu Yichuan shuddered and said hurriedly, "Naturally, I'm on the side of the Old City Lord. Yichuan was nurtured and promoted by the Old City Lord all its life, and I will never forget it." "I know your loyalty," Ning Kuei said. "I'll leave everything in the Red Moon City to you." Fu Yichuan's face was red with anger. "Yichuan will definitely not let you down, sir. I will do my best and do my best until death." "How are Wan Hongyu, Jiang Ruomei, and the others?" Yun Xiao asked. "How are they?" Fu Yichuan replied, "Everything is fine. Luo Qingyun doesn't seem to care about the matters in the city. I'm in charge of everything now. It's just that Li Yi seems to be very ambitious and will interfere with me everywhere. Yun Xiao said. When Li Yi was in Tianshui, he was already an expert at playing politics. Besides, this man is not willing to be under anyone. I think he will find ways to cultivate his own forces. This is not necessarily a bad thing. It might not be a bad thing? Fu Yichuan didn't understand, and so did the others. Yun Xiao smiled. Red Moon City has gone through a catastrophe. People's hearts will definitely be unstable under the great waves. Let's use him as a touchstone. Ning Kuei's eyes lit up. Young Master Yun, you're really smart. In this way, those who are not determined to fight for the Red Moon City will definitely be roped in by Li Yi, and the rest will be loyal to him. They'll also be the most solid force to seize and build the Red Moon City in the future. That's right, Yun Xiao said. And that Li Yi is indeed strange. He seems to have a very strong fate, and he was able to turn misfortune into fortune in a series of events, and even profited from them. There were a few times when I wanted to kill him myself, but he managed to escape. I also want to see how much he can grow in the future. Then we'll do as young Master Yun said, Fu Yichuan said. I'll try not to have any conflict with him and avoid him as much as possible. Yun Xiao nodded. Then, a pink beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows and turned into a figure in the hall. Young Lady Ruobing. Fu Yichuan was shocked. Ruobing, I've told you what everyone said just now, Yun Xiao said. Do you want to come with me and continue to cultivate in the Divine Realm Tablet? Or return to the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den in Red Moon City? Zhang Ruobing's face was full of worry. After meeting Ning Kuei and the three old men, she looked up at Yun Xiao with a strange look in her eyes. Yun Xiao, do you want me to stay or leave? Everyone's heart stirred as they looked at Yun Xiao in unison. An imperceptible look of worry flashed across Yun Xiao's face as he said indifferently, It's up to you to stay or leave. Zhang Ruobing shuddered and said with a sad smile, Since that's the case, I'll go back to the Red Moon City. It's extremely dangerous in Red Moon City, Yun Xiao said. It might be a good choice for you to stay in the Divine Realm Tablet and cultivate. Zhang Ruobing's eyes lit up. Are you trying to make me stay? It's just a suggestion, Yun Xiao said after a moment of silence. Zhang Ruobing smiled and said, Although the people who stay in the Divine Realm Tablet are at ease, their hearts are uneasy. The people who went to Red Moon City were uneasy, but their hearts were at ease. The Red Moon City is my home, and I will eventually return there. I'm the princess of the Red Moon City, and I should go back at this time. Besides, Big Brother Luo Qingyun and I are quite familiar with each other, so he'll take good care of me. Since you've made up your mind, Yun Xiao sighed. Take good care of yourself. Zhang Ruobing smiled. We met by chance in the city that day. We drank and forgot our sorrows together. I hope that we can still have fun when we meet again in the future. Take care, Yun Xiao said. Zhang Ruobing smiled faintly and turned to leave. Ning Qiun sighed slightly and also left after saying goodbye to everyone. At this moment, only Yun Xiao, Qiu Mujia, Luan Xian, and Song Guang were left in the hall. Song Guang was still extremely nervous as he sat upright, not daring to say a word. What about you, Brother Mujia? Yun Xiao asked. Are you going back to the Chu Bo Mountain? Or are you following me? Or are you going to find Wei Qing to settle the score? What's in it for me to follow you? Qiu Mujia snorted. No benefits, Yun Xiao said. If there's no benefit, why should I follow you? Qiu Mujia sneered and snorted in disdain. You're not thinking of me as your free fighter, are you? Although there are no benefits, there are no disadvantages, Yun Xiao said. I'm not sure if there are any benefits. What do you mean? Qiu Mujia coldly asked. It's impossible for you to get even with Wei Qing, Yun Xiao said with a smile. I dare say that if you act alone, you'll never have the chance to kill Wei Qing in your life. Secondly, Mount Ganbua is no longer yours. You should understand this. Even if you want to go, it's just a trip and you can't take it back. Although following me doesn't bring you any benefits, it doesn't bring you any harm either, right? Qiu Mujia's expression changed several times. He was an extremely intelligent man, so he naturally understood what Yun Xiao said. It was impossible for him to deal with Wei Qing on his own. However, he was not convinced and could only snort heavily. Yunxiao smiled faintly, knowing that Mujia would not leave. If Mujia was there, he would be of great help to him. He turned around and said, "City Lord, it's my first time in Yongxiang City, and I've already caused quite a bit of trouble for your place. I'm truly ashamed." I don't dare. Song Guang hurriedly stood up, his face full of fear and trepidation as he said, "If it weren't for young Master Yun's help, not only would my 2 children's reputation be ruined, but the Song family would also be humiliated and ridiculed by the entire city. Young Master Yun is the Song family's great benefactor." "I wouldn't dare, my benefactor," Yunxiao said. "That guy actually pretended to be me and did such a dirty thing. Naturally, I have to interfere. Han Xian is a good friend of mine, and I hope that you can take care of her when we're in Yongxiang City." "Naturally, that's only natural. From now on, the business of the Purple Cloud Trade Union is my business." Song Guang patted his chest and said, "That's good," Yunxiao said. "I'm relieved." "Young Master Yun, you're leaving?" Han Xian asked with a trembling voice. "All good things must come to an end." Yunxiao chuckled. "Didn't we meet again soon after we parted last time? The next time we meet won't be long." With that, he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the hall. Mujia snorted coldly before following after him in a flash. The entire hall suddenly became empty, and Han Xian finally couldn't hold back her tears anymore. After leaving the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce, Yunxiao went straight to the teleportation zone of Yongxiang City and entered Long Valley City, one of the main cities of the eastern region. "What? You're going to Wufa Heaven?" Mujia was taken aback as he gave Yunxiao a strange look and said, "That place is almost isolated from the rest of the world. There are few people there. Are they looking for some natural treasures?" "I guess so," Yunxiao said. "But there is something more important. You'll know when you get there." "What does your business have to do with me?" Mujia coldly replied. "I don't need to know, so don't expect me to help you with anything. Many times, many things are beyond our control," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I can't help it." Mujia's face was filled with ridicule. He didn't believe him at all. He only glanced left and right before saying, "Wufa is at the border of the western region. This is the main city of the eastern region, so there should be a domain teleporting formation that can directly teleport you to the western region. If you don't leave quickly, how do you have the time to drink tea here?" At the moment, the two were in a tea house. Yunxiao had ordered a few kinds of good tea, arranged them in a row in front of him, and tasted them one by one. Mujia did not even touch them, as if he was extremely disdainful of these ordinary things. "I'm waiting for someone," Yunxiao said. "Who?" Mujia frowned. "You've seen it before," Yunxiao said. "You'll know later." At that moment, 2 men in a corner of the tea house caught Yunxiao's attention. The 2 of them were in their 40s and were dressed in plain clothes. However, they appeared to be well off and were drinking to drown their sorrows. One of them sighed. "Lady Xiling is such a good girl. She actually wants to marry Shui Minglang and be his second wife. It really makes me feel suffocated." The other person said, "Isn't that so?" It was clearly agreed that she would be the first wife. All of a sudden, she has become the second wife. I don't know what my wife is thinking. With Ink Feather Merchant Association's current strength, it's easy to find a rich family's son to be the first wife since Xiling is the goddaughter of Yi Foreign. You don't understand. Even though I'm frustrated, I know that there's nothing I can do about it. That Shui Minglang is currently the Shui family's appointed successor, and he's very powerful. He's one of the best among the younger generation in the entire Long Valley City. Even if you marry him as the second branch, it's far better than marrying someone else. It's just that we clearly agreed that you'll be the first wife, but you suddenly changed your mind like this. The entire Ink Feather Merchant Association is furious." He was a little excited as he spoke. He suddenly gulped down the hard liquor in one go and slammed it on the table. "Yes, Miss Xiling is usually affable to everyone," the person on the other side said. "I don't know how many people in the entire Chamber of Commerce have received her kindness. But don't forget, she was originally just a maidservant. It was his wife who promoted her status after she thought of her as her goddaughter. It was already a great blessing to be able to marry Shui Minglang. Moreover, the Shui family's official wife was the daughter of the Du family, the overlord of the Earth Dragon City. What right did Ziling have to fight with them? Even if she's your wife's own daughter, she'll still be a concubine. The person from before was unhappy when he heard this. He repeatedly called for wine and drank wildly. In the end, he threw down some money and left with a cup. The Shui family's power in Long Valley City is growing stronger and stronger. In the past, there were a few families competing for power, but now it's completely dominated by one family. Now, they've also formed a marriage alliance with the Du family of Earth Dragon City. It seems like they're going to develop into a force that can't be underestimated. However, no matter how it develops, if there are no peak experts to oversee it, it will never be able to enter the world situation. Yun Xiao remained silent as he carefully savored the fragrant tea in his hand. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the two of them. He cupped his fists and said, "I've made young Master Yun wait for a long time." Qiu Mujia's pupils constricted as he suspiciously asked, "So it's Chan Yunyu. I thought he was some sacred being." Chan Yuyu frowned and said, "So Lord Mujia is here too. It's just that he's a little tired." He looked puzzled. "Don't worry," Yun Xiao said. "Crazy Jie is on my side now. He will only help, not cause any trouble." Chan Yuyu still didn't seem at ease and said, "It's not that I don't trust young Master Yun, but this matter is of great importance, and I can't afford to make any mistakes." "Since you trust me," Yun Xiao said indifferently, "stop talking nonsense. If you don't trust me, you can go alone." Chen Yanyu was stunned. Although there was a faint anger in his heart, he didn't dare to flare up. "Good. Before we came, the Lord had instructed us to follow young Master Yun's orders." "In that case," Yun Xiao said, "let's go." In a flash, the three of them disappeared from the tea house. No one noticed them at all, but a moment later, they felt a little strange, as if there were fewer people. In front of a grand building, the three figures appeared. "Aren't we teleported to the western regions?" Chen Jiu asked, puzzled. "Why did you come to the city lord's mansion?" "Something came up at the last minute," Yun Xiao said. "You two wait for me for a moment." Chan Yunyu frowned and was about to say something, but found that Yun Xiao had disappeared. Qiu Mujia crossed his arms over his chest and rested his chin on his hand as he fell into deep thought. In the city lord's mansion, there was a quiet garden with only the chirping of mountain birds and insects. It was an elegant scene. The current lord of Long Valley City, the head of the Shui family, Shui Junwei, was lying down leisurely. Several people were standing beside him, as if they were discussing something. A handsome and elegant man said, "Father, everything has been arranged. 7 days later, we will send someone to the Earth Dragon City to marry Du Xianghan. 3 days later, we will marry Ziling from the Ink Feather Merchant Association. I have carefully reviewed every step, and there will be no mistakes." Marshal Junwei was lying down lazily with a jade slip in his hand. His eyes were half closed as if he was asleep. However, the slightly rocking chair proved that he was not sleeping. After a while, he said, "Ming Lang, what's your opinion on the matter of the Red Moon City?" Red Moon City? Shui Ming Lang felt a little strange in his heart. They were clearly talking about his own marriage, so why did they have to talk about the major events that had happened in Red Moon City recently? But he didn't dare to disobey the general's military prestige. He thought to himself that his father must be testing him. After thinking for a while, he said, "Red Moon City has undergone great changes and many big shots have intervened. Now, 2 city masters have appeared out of nowhere and temporarily suppressed the situation. With the support of the Holy Region behind them, it is likely that there will not be any chaos." After thinking for a while, he said, "But the Red Moon City is not what it used to be. The strength is not as good as before. The new city master can't convince the people. Not to mention the many strong people in the Red Moon City, even the other forces in the Eastern region are not convinced. The Red Moon City is the center of the Eastern region. Any change in it will affect the interests of any force. For example, our Long Valley City and the Earth Dragon City nearby, said Marshal Junwei. Shui Minglang was shocked and had a feeling of realization. Is this the reason why the Du family of Earth Dragon City wants to marry us? Marshal Junwei nodded. That's right. Although the Red Moon City is becoming more and more stable under the Sanctuary's control, not to mention the inside of the Red Moon City, even the surrounding cities have begun to be unconvinced. At this time, it may not be a bad choice for the major forces to unite. So I hesitated again and asked you to put aside the matter of marrying Ziling and marry Du Xianghan first. Shui Minglang chuckled. That's right. Ziling is very understanding. She has already agreed. AI. That's what I'm worried about right now. Marshal Junwei suddenly let out a long sigh. His dignified and wise face revealed a deep solemnness. Why are you sighing, my lord? Asked the chief steward beside him. She was born as a maidservant. If it wasn't for the fact that she was adopted by my wife, how could she be qualified to marry the young master? She should be snickering at herself to be able to have the title of a concubine. Shui Minglang nodded and said, You have a point, but Ziling is indeed a rare woman. Marshal Junwei shook his head and said, I've been thinking about it for the past few days. Perhaps I've been too careless. Letting Du Xianghan be the first wife and Ziling as the concubine should be the best arrangement. But I'm afraid this will cause a disaster and lead to a disaster. What? Shui Minglang and the head butler were both shocked. Shui Minglang was shocked. Father, aren't you exaggerating? What is a catastrophe? Do you know why the Shui family has been supporting the MOU Merchant Association all these years, and why we have expanded their business by more than 10 times? Shui Minglang said, I've guessed this before. Firstly, Ink Feather Trade Union has always been obedient to us. They've given us a lot of benefits over the years. Secondly, my Shui family has contributed a lot when we unified Long Valley City. The head butler's expression suddenly changed as he exclaimed, Is that person the one that the old master is worried about? Yes, Marshal Junwei said with a serious expression. The head butler's expression also turned ugly as he said, It's been so long. Besides, Ziling was just a servant girl who had the fate of meeting him once. I guess that person has long forgotten about her. Marshal Junwei sighed. It's good that she has forgotten. If she hasn't, she'll know that we have made her good friend a concubine. He. The smile on his face became a little bitter, and his face even turned a little pale. Dense beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. Head butler. Who is that person you're talking about? Shui Minglang was shocked. The head butler said, When the Shui family unified Long Valley City, it was not the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce who contributed. There was already one person who made the greatest contribution. Even the Du family in Earth Dragon City was able to dominate because of this person. It's just that very few people know about this matter, and the two clans are also very secretive about it and rarely talk about it. Shui Minglang was shocked. There's such a thing. Could that person be Ziling's friend? That man was seriously injured that year and was stranded in Long Valley City, the head butler said. It just so happened that Miss Ziling saved him. Therefore, he was very grateful and asked the master to take good care of Miss Ziling before he left. This was also the reason why his wife had accepted Miss Ziling as her goddaughter, and also the reason why the Shui family had supported MOU Merchant Association for so many years. The world only knows that Ziling rose in status after she was adopted by his wife, but they don't know that the entire Ink Feather Merchant Association is thanks to Miss Ziling. Shui Minglang's face was filled with disbelief. Father, is this true? How come I didn't know about such a big thing? It's true. Marshal Junwei nodded. It's just that that person has been wanted by the Red Moon City for many years, so we can't openly say that we know him, and that we know him quite well. Who is that person? Shui Ming asked. Li Yunxiao, the chief butler said. Ah! Shui Minglang's face paled. His body couldn't help but tremble as he said, Li Yunxiao? The main culprit who has turned the Red Moon City upside down this time. Yes, Marshal Junwei said. Now that Red Moon City has undergone great changes, the arrest warrant has naturally become invalid. Besides, Yunxiao's name has shaken the world after the battle, which has made me more and more uneasy these days. The shock in Shui Minglang's heart slowly calmed down, and he forced a smile. Father, you're overthinking it. That Li Yunxiao is in the limelight now. So how can he remember a little girl who saved him? Moreover, although this person was the initiator of the incident in Red Moon City, it was still countless strong people who turned the city upside down. No matter how strong he is, there is a limit to his strength. After all, he is still young. Marshal Junwei's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "Don't even think about it! You can't understand how terrifying Yunxiao is. Although you'll marry Du Xianghan and Xiling in the future, you can't neglect Xiling, or I won't forgive you." "I won't, father." "Yes," Shui Minglang promised. "I have a good relationship with Ziling. If it wasn't for the sudden marriage between the two families, I would have let Ziling be my first wife. And that's good. I'll think about this matter carefully. I hope there won't be any slip-ups." Suddenly, a faint voice was heard. "I don't have time to wait for you to think about it. Give me an answer now." This voice was as calm as water, but it revealed a sense of coldness that went straight into one's bones. Marshal Junwei couldn't help but tremble. He quickly turned around and exclaimed, "Li Yunxiao!" "What?" Shui Minglang and the head butler's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately became alert. The head butler even took out a sleeve arrow and shot it into the sky, exploding with a PA sound. Immediately, countless streaks of light rose into the air from all directions and converged toward him. Outside the city lord's mansion, Chun Yuyu's pupils contracted. He said worriedly, "Did he cause any trouble? Should we go and help?" "Tisk!" Chiu Mujia sneered and said, "He's the one who stirred up trouble. He'll have to deal with it himself even if he's in tears. Moreover, this is just a mere Long Valley city. There are no experts here, and who can deal with him?" Chen Yu thought about it and agreed. With the strength of his divine sense, he also found that there were no experts in the mansion, so he became indifferent. Looking at the figure in the corner not far away, Marshal Junwei was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He felt his heart sink, and cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead. Yunxiao glanced coldly at the sky and said, "Long time no see. Is this how Lord Junwei welcomes me?" Gulp. Shui Junwei felt like his throat was stuck. He mumbled a few times but couldn't make a sound, and his face turned red. "You are Li Yunxiao?" Shui Minglang's face darkened and he shouted, "What do I need to give you an answer for? What does my Shui family's business have to do with you?" Although he appeared tough on the outside, he was actually extremely cautious and fearful. After all, the person in front of him was too famous, and his divine sense was like mud sinking into the sea. It could be seen that the other party's cultivation was far above his. However, a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger, so Shui Minglang was not afraid of anything. After all, the sky was full of experts from the Shui family, and they had surrounded Yunxiao so tightly that not even a drop of water could get through. There was no reason that they could not defeat him. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he gave him a look and said, "Your Shui family's matter naturally has nothing to do with me. Even if your family was exterminated, I wouldn't care. But Ziling is my friend, so it has something to do with me. Xiling will be a member of the Shui family after she marries me." "It has nothing to do with you," Shui Minglang sneered. "Is she married to you now?" Yunxiao asked. "Is she married to you?" "You'll be married in less than half a month," Shui Minglang snorted. "Half a month later?" Yunxiao said. "Then why are you screaming now?" "You coward!" Shui Minglang was speechless. "Young Master Yunxiao, we know that Xiling is your good friend, but Xiling's status is low. How can she compare to the Du family's young lady?" The head butler asked. "If we let her be the first wife, how are we going to answer to the Du family?" Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he sneered. "Humph. So you're saying that you've chosen to give me an explanation?" The killing intent on his body suddenly spread out. The head butler suddenly felt a chill all over his body and quickly retreated. "Don't be impudent. Take him down," Shui Minglang shouted in anger. The faces of many warriors in the sky darkened as they looked at Yunxiao as if he were a dead man. They did not know where this fool came from, but he dared to behave atrociously in the Shui family. "Stop!" Suddenly, An earth-shattering roar rang out, causing the entire residence to shake. An extremely powerful sound wave spread out in the sky, causing everyone to retreat in shock. Marshal Junwei finally caught his breath and shouted angrily, "All of you, get down!" "Father, I don't need to be afraid of Li Yunxiao's words," Shui Minglang said in surprise. "Why should I let him be so presumptuous?" "Pa!" Marshal Junwei raised his hand and slapped him away. Then, he shouted angrily at the sky, "Hurry up and get lost. Do I have to repeat myself?" The martial artists in the sky all sucked in a cold breath. They did not dare to bear the Grand Elder's anger. They hurriedly turned around and flew away, disappearing into the air in a few blinks of the eye. "Head butler, quickly bring out the best spiritual fruit in the mansion." "No need. I'm very busy," Yunxiao said coldly. "I don't have time to eat your spirit fruit." "Marshal Junwei, I don't want to talk to an idiot. Just tell me." Marshal Junwei felt a chill run down his spine. He swallowed a few times and said in embarrassment, "Young Master Yun, it's like this. Actually, I don't want Xiling to be a concubine either. It's really. He did not know what to say for a moment, and his head was spinning. He did not understand how Yunxiao knew about it, and it seemed that no matter how he explained, it would be useless. "You can't tell me? Then forget it, there's no need to say anymore. Just tell me what you're going to do next." Next. Ask Xianxia to let me and the Du family think about it," Marshal Junwei said with cold sweat. "It seems that you don't take me seriously at all," Yunxiao said coldly with a wave of his hand. "There's no need to think about it. The Shui family will be removed from the continent today." Marshal Junwei was shocked. He felt a wave of killing intent hit him in the face, and he instantly felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. The chill that penetrated into his soul made him instantly wake up. In the face of absolute power, where was the room for his choice? Where was the room for him to consider? "Young Master Yunxiao, let's talk this out. I will definitely handle this matter properly. Miss Du will make her a concubine," Marshal Junwei shouted. The killing intent stagnated for a moment, as if water had flooded his nostrils. If it rose a little more, he would have died. Marshal Junwei was drenched in sweat, and his heart was filled with horror. Back then, Yunxiao's cultivation base was far inferior to his, but his combat strength was above his. He had been cultivating diligently in the past few years, and his strength was no longer the same as before, but he suddenly found that the gap between them had grown even wider. "Lord Junwei, I didn't hear what you said just now," Yunxiao said coldly. "I think you're asking my good friend to share a husband with another woman?" Shui Junwei's body trembled, and he quickly said, Wrong. I said the wrong thing. This mouth doesn't listen to me. Pa!" He ruthlessly slapped himself, and blood even flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly said, "I'll send someone to break off the engagement. I swear that my son and Miss Ziling are truly in love, and there will be no third person." "Father!" Shui Minglang was extremely dissatisfied and said angrily, "I don't object to breaking off the marriage with the Du family, but this kid is too arrogant. He thinks too highly of himself." "Shut up!" Shui Junwei was furious. He slapped Shui Minglang again, making him dizzy. "Don't talk nonsense." Shui Minglang covered his face in anger. He felt that all the anger he had suffered in his life was not as much as this moment. But, when he saw the murderous look in Marshal Junwei's eyes, his momentum immediately weakened. He covered his face and dared not speak, only staring at Yunxiao with resentment. "Please don't blame me, young Master Yunxiao. My son is really insensible," said Shui Junwei with an apologetic smile. "At home, you'll only get a few slaps if you don't know better," Yunxiao said. "But outside, you'll lose your life if you don't know better." Yes, young Master Yunxiao is right." Shui Junwei quickly chimed in and glared at Shui Minglang. "That day, I entrusted Xiling to Lord Junwei's care because I trusted you," Yunxiao said. "What I saw today really disappointed me. I hope this is the last time, and it will only be the last time." His voice was very soft, but it sounded like a stormy sea in Marshal Junwei's ears. He hurriedly said, I promise, there won't be a next time. That's good, Xianxia said. If there's a next time, I won't waste my breath on you. Marshal Junwei hurriedly lowered his head and said, I don't dare. Suddenly, he felt the pressure on his body was reduced. When he looked up again, he found that the courtyard was empty, and Xianxia had disappeared. The entire courtyard was silent. Only Shui Minglang was left standing there, holding his face in anger. The corner of his mouth still hurt a little. Otherwise, everything that had just happened would be as unreal as a dream. Have you left, Ingluo? Marshal Junwei mumbled to himself. His face was pale, and he couldn't come back to his senses. Shui Minglang covered his face and said indignantly, Father is usually an overbearing man, and no one in the city dares to disobey his orders. He is a formidable overlord of a generation, and this is our territory in Long Valley City. Why should we be afraid of that Li Yunxiao? Marshal Junwei turned around and stared at him coldly. Yunxiao is right. At home, you'll only get a few slaps if you don't know better, but you'll probably lose your life if you don't. The Shui family was able to unify Long Valley City because the young master of the Xian family was insensible and offended him. What? Shui Minglang was shocked. Even so, the Shui family is far from the Xian family of the past. Do we still fear him? Marshal Junwei's face darkened, and he said angrily, You blockhead, get lost and go into closed-door cultivation. Don't come out until you've thought it through. Shui Mingming said, Then the marriage? Just wait to marry Xiling. I'll get someone to withdraw young lady Du, said Marshal Junwei. Then we've offended the Du family? Shui Minglang was shocked. Offend? If the Du family knows that Li Yunxiao has appeared, Marshal Junwei sneered. I'm afraid they won't dare to marry their daughter to him no matter how bold they are. Father, don't think too highly of Li Yunxiao. Shui Minglang said with a look of disbelief on his face. You may be afraid of him, but others may not be. Get lost. Go and cultivate in seclusion. Shui Jun's might rose up and he kicked over ruthlessly, directly sending Shui Minglang flying as he said angrily, Go and reflect on your actions. Also, if you dare to bully Xiling in the future, I will be the first to kill you. You can die, but don't drag the entire Shui family into this. Several days later, the Shui family breaking off the engagement shocked the two cities, and even the entire eastern region. For a time, all forces focused their attention on Long Valley City and Earth Dragon City. It was a great humiliation to break off the engagement in public. No family could accept it, not to mention the Du family, the overlord of the Earth Dragon City. Just when everyone thought that the two factions would definitely act rashly and even trigger a large-scale battle, the two cities remained at peace. In fact, they even became closer, causing everyone to be greatly surprised. Not long after, two women from the Shui family directly married into the Du family as if it was some kind of compensation. At this moment, Yunxiao and the other two had arrived at Jiangyu City, one of the main cities in the western region, through the domain teleportation array. Jiangyu City, one of the main cities at the border of the western region, was filled with mist and wet people's clothes. Yunxiao looked up at the sky. Through the layers of mist, the sun shone directly into his eyes, and it was a little dazzling. Is it time to condense the essence of the northern water primordial tree again? I didn't expect the legend to be true, Wuxia said. He glanced at his clothes. There were beads of water as small as sweat on them. Under the sunlight, they appeared to be a faint green and full of vitality. Legend? What legend? Chun Qianyu frowned. He also felt the abnormality of the mist in the sky. The dry and oppressive air from before was completely new. Jiangyu City is on the border of the western region, Yunxiao said. The environment here is extremely harsh, and it is filled with the aura of death all year round. It is difficult for ordinary people to survive here, and even ordinary warriors will lose their vitality if they stay here for too long. It is extremely dangerous. Thus, many years ago, a talented senior set up a great 5 elements transformation formation under this giant city. Every day, there will be 2 hours to transform the deathly gray chi into the essence of the North Water primordial tree, maintaining the vitality of the people in the city. This allowed Xianxia City to continue existing for a long time. Great 5 elements conversion array? Chen Yuyu asked in surprise. This works too. The 5 elements mutually reinforce and counteract each other, so there's nothing strange about them switching between each other, Wuxia said sarcastically. As long as there are enough primordial stones to power the formation. Chen Yuyu suddenly came to a realization and said, no wonder he took so many vitality stones from us when we entered the city just now. If young Master Yun had not stopped me, I'm afraid I would have turned hostile on the spot. Extremely high taxes are the main source of energy to maintain the operation of the array, Yunxiao said. The energy consumed for each transformation of the 5 elements is extremely astonishing, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Since the environment is so bad and it's near the border, why are there so many people living here? And I saw many martial artists come in groups, and they all looked very fierce. Wuxia's brows furrowed, and he revealed an impatient expression. Are the people of the holy region also ignorant? It's really beneath me to be with you. Get lost. You coward. Wuxia, don't forget your identity. Chen Jiu said angrily. You're a wanted criminal in the sea of soul formation. Could you be with young Master Yun? I'll take you down now. Hee. Come on. A strange look flashed through Wuxia's eyes. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. His cold eyes were like those of a dangerous beast as he stared at Chen Yuyu. Chen Yuyu's heart trembled. He was extremely afraid of his strange appearance. He raised his head with a gloomy face. Elemental energy slowly turned into a cloud of stars in his palm, and his aura gradually dispersed. Pa! Yunxiao grabbed his arm and pressed it down as he said, don't mess around. Don't forget the purpose of coming here. Chen Chenyu frowned and dispersed the essence energy in his hand. He snorted coldly and said, Wuxia, once this matter is over, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Ha. The ignorant are fearless. Wuxia sneered disdainfully, not bothering to hide the contempt on his face. Chen Yuyu's face was livid with anger, but she couldn't do anything to him. Don't argue with him, Yunxiao said. You're already a peak 9 stars martial sovereign. Why are you still so naive? Chen Chenyu was stunned, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. She had been taught a lesson by a young man. What was even stranger was that she didn't feel uncomfortable after being taught a lesson. You're not an alchemist, Yunxiao continued. That's why you don't know much about Riverbank City. This is the only way to Wufa Heaven. And Wufa Heaven is rich in an extremely important alchemy material, the Earth Emperor Pearl. The Earth Emperor Pearl is actually from Wufa Heaven? Chen Yuyu asked in surprise. He had been following Yuan Gaohan all year round, so he had heard about all kinds of alchemy materials. The Earth Emperor Pearl was an Earth-type pearl that gathered the power of the Earth. It had a wide range of uses, and the difference in level was huge. Could be cheap, worthless, and expensive, worth thousands of gold. The key was that the use and consumption of this item were extremely huge, especially when refining large-scale profound-level weapons such as warships and other things. The demand was very shocking. Yes, Yunxiao said. The harsh environment of Wutian makes it impossible for ordinary martial artists to stay for long. So there must be a buffer zone, which is Xianxia City. I see. Realization dawned on Chen Yuyu. So these groups of martial artists are the teams that are specifically looking for the Earth Emperor Pearl? It's just that the difference in strength is too great. Do as much work as you can, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'll do as much work as I can. Those who were slightly weaker would stay on the periphery, while those who were stronger could directly enter the inner area. Furthermore, the environment of Wutian was very suitable for Earth-type martial artists to cultivate, and there were many rogue martial artists living in seclusion. All in all, although this place is dangerous, it's still a good place with good feng shui. It's not a bad decision to choose this place to do that, Chen Yuyu said. What exactly are you two discussing? Wuxia asked in a deep voice. This isn't something an outsider like you should know. Chen Yuyu sneered. Just follow us obediently. Wuxia's expression changed slightly, and a hint of mockery appeared on his face. He sneered. You fool. Do you think I'd be interested in knowing? Ha ha ha. Shut up. Chen Yuyu was furious and shouted. Shut up. Yun Xiao sighed. Although Chun Xinyu had extraordinary strength, she still had too little experience. How could she compare with Qiu Mujia? She was a complete rookie. It's nothing more than Yuan Gaohan and Li Yunxiao doing some unspeakable things behind the sacred zone's back. Qiu Mujia sneered. Young Master Yun, is this person really reliable? Chen Yuyu was furious and said, there can't be the slightest mistake in such a big matter. What if there's a mishap? All right, Yun Xiao interrupted. You're angry again. You must learn to control your emotions. Why hasn't Yuan Gaohan arrived yet? Chun Xinyu was stunned for a moment. He was slightly shocked. After a cold snort, he said, Lord Yuan Gaohan might have been delayed by something. Yun Xiao scolded himself for being stupid. Why didn't he just ask Yuan Gaohan's soul in the Divine Realm tablet? Why did he ask him again and again? Inside the Divine Realm tablet in Mount Inch. I might have been targeted by someone, and I'm trying to find a way to shake them off. Yuan Gaohan said with a solemn expression. Do you know who it is? Yun Xiao asked. No clues, but they're most likely Wei Qing's men, Yuan Gaohan replied. Wei Qing came to me because of Chun Yunyu's matter, but I retorted. He was full of anger. Furthermore, it doesn't matter who it is. What's important is that you can ensure the safety of your side. Don't worry, Yun Xiao said. No one knows that your second soul is with me. Even if Wei Qing comes in person, I can make sure he never returns. Yuan Gaohan was startled for a moment, then immediately said, I already know what happened in the Red Moon City. Although the Holy Region has not officially issued an order for your arrest, you have already been listed as the most wanted person. Next are Yi Fan and Che Yu. However, if the order for your arrest is issued, the impact will be too great, so we can only keep it a secret. What they want is just a saint artifact, Yun Xiao said with a smile. How did the Holy Region deal with the Great Wheel of Samsara? The Samsara Wheel. Yuan Gaohan was stunned for a moment, a puzzled look on his face. I didn't expect them to hide this matter from you, Yun Xiao said. But there were many people present at the time. Could such a thing be kept a secret? He then briefly explained the Great Wheel of Samsara. Yuan Gaohan's expression changed slightly, and although he looked calm, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes as he coldly said, Let them study it first. If I can't figure it out, I'll eventually have to find you to study it with me, Yun Xiao said with a smile. Especially after you merge your two souls and reach the peak. Let's not talk about this for now, Yuan Gaohan said. I'll shake off those people following me first and take them to the North Region for a walk. I'll immediately inform you once I have news. Yun Xiao nodded and disappeared into the Divine Realm tablet. In Jiangyu City, Yun Xiao said, I'm afraid Yuan Gaohan won't be able to come for a while. Let's stay here for the time being. Besides, I'm very interested in the environment here. Environment? You mean this great 5 elements conversion formation? Qiu Mujia said after some thought. I came here once in the past, Yun Xiao said with a smile. At that time, I was only interested in exploring this great 5 elements transformation array. I'm no longer interested in it. Then, could it be that you're interested in the aura of death this time? Qiu Mujia asked. That's right, Yun Xiao said seriously. If I'm not wrong, this thing is an extremely strong mutated earth element power. I've already noticed it back then, but I didn't pay much attention to it. His eyes lit up. Things were different now. If he could find an extremely strong earth element and refine it into the Tushita heaven, no one would be able to match its power. Qiu Mujia didn't know about this and only said, if you can refine such a powerful earth element for your own use, it'll be extremely powerful. However, this thing has existed in Wutian for so long, and I don't see anyone taking it away. I'm afraid it'll be extremely difficult for you to take it. You're right, Yun Xiao said, but how can we know without trying? At our level, it's extremely difficult to advance in both the art of cultivation and martial arts. Qiu Mujia's eyes flashed with surprise as he said, So you took over his body and recultivated? Chan Yunyu's heart trembled as she looked at Yun Xiao in horror. That's none of your business, Yun Xiao said. I'll leave it to you. Keek. Xianxia let out a strange laugh and said, "So, you are even more extreme than I am." "Ha ha ha ha. What?" Yunxiao said coldly. "Can this make you excited?" Xianxia immediately shut his mouth, his face filled with anger and coldness. Chen Yuyu seemed to be unable to recover from the shock and said in a daze, "Young Master Yun, why you're? Just focus on this matter," Yunxiao said. "Don't be distracted. Don't bother about what you shouldn't." Chen Yuyu was shocked again. Yunxiao's words were always enlightening, so she immediately believed Xianxia's words. At this moment, the fog that filled the sky began to gradually dissipate, and the air gradually became dry. There were not many pedestrians, and they were all frowning. Chen Yuyu raised his hand and looked at it. He said in surprise, "What a strong aura of death. My skin that was still moist just now has started to dry up in an instant. The dehydration is too severe." Yunxiao raised his arm as well. The strength of his fleshly body was far above Chen Qianyu's, and his skin seemed to be covered with a thin layer of dust. The air in the surroundings flowed along with it and slowly gathered into a gray block of soil the size of a broad bean in his palm. He immediately grabbed it with his hand and suddenly frowned. He flipped his palm over and saw that the skin that came into contact with the soil began to wrinkle and even fall off. How is this possible? Xianxia was greatly alarmed. Although he had yet to transform, the strength of his physical body was not something that ordinary martial artists could compare to. "Even my physical body can't withstand this deathly gray energy. How can those ordinary martial artists still survive in such an environment?" "You'll get used to it after a long time," Yunxiao said. "Besides, we're all exposed to the dust with our physical bodies, and the others are all protecting themselves with primordial qi. Besides, who can gather the dust in the air with your bare hands like you? I'm afraid that this small piece of dust you have drawn all the earth element power within 1,000 feet. "That's true," Xianxia said with a smile. "It's indeed a good cultivation method to use elemental energy to protect your body against this environment all year round," Chen Yuyu said. "And I think the closer you get to Wutian, the greater the damage." Yunxiao raised his hand, and countless beads of water suddenly gushed out of his arm, gathering into trickles and slowly washing away the gray dust. As soon as the dust touched the water, it was washed away. "Mutated water?" Xianxia frowned. "Yes, this water is called the natural water element. It seems that it can be used here," Yunxiao said. All of a sudden, the three of them furrowed their brows and made a subconscious move almost at the same time. A gust of palm wind broke through the air and slammed toward Yunxiao's back. Suddenly, Yunxiao turned around and reached out his hand. His 5 fingers clasped the man's arm and cut off his primordial qi. Bang! 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 The surging vital qi flowed smoothly in his meridians, but after being cut off in an instant, it couldn't be reversed. It immediately rushed into the major aperture acupoints in his arm and exploded. "Ah! Ah!" The man cried out miserably, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. With a flash of his left hand, a sharp sword was thrust at Yunxiao's throat. A cold light flickered on the sword ray, and a sharp sword intent was spat out like a long snake. Yunxiao raised his hand again and flicked his finger. Bang! The sword light was instantly extinguished, and the entire sword was also sent flying out of his hand. This time, the man who launched the sneak attack no longer had an unwilling look on his face, but was full of shock. Using the force of Yunxiao's finger that sent him flying, he stomped on the ground, turned around, and flashed in the air before disappearing from the street. "What birdman?" Chen Yuyu frowned. "I don't know," Yunxiao chuckled. "Let's go and have a look." He took a step forward and disappeared. The other two followed closely behind and disappeared in an instant. The man who had launched the sneak attack was short and lean, and he seemed to be very familiar with the map of Jiangyu City. In a few breaths, he had passed through several streets and picked some strange and remote places to walk through. After a while, he entered a small house. A moment later, the man came out from the inside and completely changed his clothes. His expression and temperament were completely different from before. The man strolled around the streets a few times. After making sure that he was not followed, He walked into a seemingly luxurious house. Yanxing, why are you dressed like this? Did you run into trouble? In the luxurious mansion, more than 10 people were gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Sigh, don't mention it. It scared me. The man took off the big felt hat on his head and wiped his face with his hand. Immediately, all the makeup on his face was removed, revealing his true appearance, which was still full of fear. What happened? It's rare to see you so scared. The eyes of the leader in the hall lit up. He was wearing a wide cloth robe and sat at the head of the table casually. One of his feet was directly on the chair. His upper lips were slightly pursed and his hair was white. He had obviously gone through a lot of vicissitudes. Brigade leader, if I hadn't run fast enough, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have been able to come back to see my brothers this time. Yanxing immediately walked forward and picked up the wine jar on the table. He took a few big gulps before he panted heavily and his face gradually turned red. What happened? Who in the city doesn't know that you're a member of our Green Cult mercenary group? How dare you provoke us? All of a sudden, everyone was in high spirits. They were all angry and wanted to avenge Yanxing. Only the brigade leader, Xuechang, had a solemn expression on his face as he slowly said, "Are they people from the outside or from the inside?" He was supposed to go back today, but his flight was cancelled at the last minute. He felt dizzy and had to stay at the airport for a long time before he could settle down. He had to wait until so late. "I'm from outside," Yanxing replied. "Outside?" The hall quieted down and everyone looked at Yanxing. "Don't you know the rules of the regiment?" Xuecheng's face darkened. "Outsiders must not be offended. What kind of place is this Xianxia city? How can ordinary people come here so casually?" "That's right, Yanxing. You're usually quite a smart person. Why are you suddenly so muddle-headed? According to the rules of the regiment, all outsiders are not allowed to make a move before figuring out their background. You're really courting death. It's good that she's fine. Don't make this mistake again in the future and make the regiment commander angry." When the crowd saw that Xuecheng was angry, they began to chide him. "Are you sure you're not being followed?" Xuecheng asked in a deep voice. "That's impossible," Yanxing hurriedly replied. "I've been circling around the city for half a day before I came back. Yanxing's stealth technique is very advanced. You can rest assured, regiment commander," one of them said. Xuecheng nodded and said, "Tell me the details. The environment in Jiangyu City is extremely harsh. No one would come here for fun without a strong power and purpose. You're also a smart person. Why did you make such a low-level mistake?" Yanxing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as if he still had lingering fears. His arm was aching faintly, causing his brows to furrow. "The reason why I suddenly attacked in a hurry was because I discovered that that person's body had an extremely strong mutated water element." "A mutated water elemental?" This time, everyone was shocked, and all of them had grave expressions. A dozen pairs of eyes even bloomed with light. Even Xuecheng's expression changed drastically. He said, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Yanxing nodded. "That's why I couldn't help but take action. Besides, that man was very young. When I made my move, I thought that I was very confident that even if there were some twists and turns, I would still be able to succeed in the end. No matter how bad it was, escaping would not be a problem. After all, if I don't make a move, he will be discovered by other mercenary groups very quickly. By then, the mutated water elemental may be gone." "No wonder," Xuecheng said. "What happened after that?" "After that? I ran away after that." Yanxing's body trembled as he replied in shock. "Escape? I'm talking about the process of pointing fingers," Xuecheng asked in dissatisfaction. Yanxing's face turned pale and he pursed his lips. Perhaps it was because of the environment or something else, but his lips were chapped and bleeding. He muttered, "Terrifying. That young man's strength is too terrifying. I Pingsheng have never seen such power before. I only used 2 moves and he easily blocked them. Could it be that he didn't intend to kill me? Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to escape at all. Pingsheng has never seen it before? Are you sure?" Zhuo Cheng's expression was grave as he stared at him and asked, "What's the real age of that person?" "Yes, I'm sure," Yan Xing replied. "Although I don't dare to believe it either, that person's strength is definitely above our leaders. As for age, Yingluo is estimated to be around 20 years old." The hall fell silent, and everyone's solemn and greedy eyes suddenly became stunned. "Ha ha ha!" Then, everyone burst into laughter. They were all laughing so hard that they could not stand straight. Their eyes were full of contempt and mockery. Yan Xing's face turned red as he angrily shouted, "What are you all laughing at? Everything I've said is the truth." Zhuo Cheng did not smile. He merely frowned and said, "Around 20 years old, and his strength is above mine. Yes, I'm not wrong about this," Yan Xing said firmly. Zhuo Cheng said, "I'm a peak 8 stars martial sovereign. I've been in Wufa for many years. I can fight a 9 stars martial sovereign with my true strength. What does it mean to be stronger than me? A mid-stage 9-star martial emperor at the age of 20? He couldn't help but laugh. Yan Xing was stunned for a moment and his face turned even redder. There was no way he could refute this. A 20-year-old mid-rank 9-star martial sovereign was definitely non-existent on the continent. However, he knew that his feeling was not wrong. That person was really only 20 years old and was indeed stronger than Zhuo Cheng. However, he could not explain it because it was hard for him to accept it when he saw it with his own eyes, let alone others. "That person is still in the city," he said calmly. "You'll find out sooner or later." "Where's that person now?" Zhuo Cheng's eyes gleamed. "How many people are there in a group?" "I met them in the middle of the main street," Yan Xing said. "There were 3 of them. The other 2 don't look like they're easy to deal with. I'm afraid other mercenary groups have their eyes on them." "Guild leader, let's make our move. It's just 3 people. It's worth it to get a mutated water element," one of them suggested as his eyes lit up. "The mutated water element is extremely useful in Wutian," another person said. "It's a must-have item for home travel, murder, and robbery." The expression on Zhuo Cheng's face kept changing, as if he could not make up his mind. "Captain, if we can have the assistance of a powerful mutated water element, the success rate of our plan will definitely increase greatly." "Yup, in this damned place, being able to resist the power of the deathly gray means that you have gained a great advantage. Isn't it because of the Luo King precious water that Bice of the White Fanged mercenary group is able to suppress us in every way?" Everyone's voice rang out, all in favor of snatching it. "Yan Xing, what do you think?" Zhuo Cheng asked. Yan Xing sighed and said, "Regimental commander, if everyone insists on going, I'll naturally follow. We'll live and die together. But I really don't want everyone to go, because it's really courting death." "Humph, I don't believe it. He's only a 20-year-old youth, yet he's able to scare you like this." One of them snorted in dissatisfaction. An extreme struggle flashed across Zhuo Cheng's face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let them wander around the city for a while. We'll keep a close eye on them and let the other mercenary groups test their strength." "Guild leader, won't we miss out on this opportunity?" one of them said unhappily. Yan Xing's eyes brightened and he seemed to heave a sigh of relief. "I don't really believe Yan Xing's words either, but I'm still the commander. I have to be responsible for the safety of my lord. It's better to be careful. Besides, even if that person isn't as terrifying as Yan Xing made him out to be, he's still a tough nut to crack," Zhuo Cheng said. "Pa, pa, pa." A crisp clap rang out as Yun Xiao smiled and said, "Not bad. You're qualified to be the group leader. That decision just now has already saved you from death." "Who is it?" Everyone was startled and became restless. They flew up and surrounded Yun Xiao and the other 2 in an instant. Yan Xing's face turned pale and he said in fear, "It's him! It's him! You! How did you find this place?" Although he had thought of the answer, he didn't dare to believe it, or rather, he couldn't accept it. Yun Xiao smiled. "You don't have to be vigilant because it's useless for you weaklings to be vigilant. I'm sorry, but I've always been so direct. In addition, I don't have any ill intentions towards you." "What did he just say?" You shamelessly said that we're trash. The crowd was furious, but the sudden appearance of Yunxiao and the other two had indeed shocked them. They were on high alert and did not dare to make a move. Zuocheng also felt great pressure. There was not a single trace of origin power fluctuation on the three of them. He was extremely shocked. These three people were obviously not mortals. This could only mean that his cultivation level could not see through them. If Yan Xing has offended you in any way, he has already been severely punished. Please show mercy. Zuocheng suppressed the raging waves in his heart and immediately gave in. The members of the Green Cult mercenary group had been through life and death situations for many years. When they heard their leader's words and tone, they immediately understood that the three men in front of them were no match for them. They couldn't help but be shocked. Yunxiao laughed. You're a very smart captain. My lord, you're not here just to make fun of me, are you? Zuocheng said bitterly. What do you think? Yunxiao asked. Zuocheng pondered for a moment. My lord must have come to Jiangyu City for something else. I am the leader of the Green Cult mercenary group, Zuocheng. Our group is quite famous in Jiangyu City. If you need anything, we are willing to help you. Are you so sure that we're here for something? Chen Qinyu couldn't help but ask. The Lord just said that our strength is nothing in his eyes, and he has no ill intentions toward us, Zuocheng said with a smile. If you only want to punish Yan Xing, with the strength of the three lords, you will definitely not let him get away. That's right, Yunxiao said. I like to deal with smart people. I do have something to talk to you about. How much do you know about Wufa Heaven? He asked directly. How much do you know? Zuocheng chuckled. I can't say much. After all, this world is too strange. However, there are not many people in the realm of heavenly martial arts who know this world better than us. I've been here for almost 50 years. Yunxiao's eyes lit up. That's right, he said. It seems that I've found the right person. Tell me everything you know about Wutian. Zuocheng was stunned for a moment before he asked, Tell me everything? What did this mean? There are too many things going on. Everything I've been doing for the past 50 years is related to Wufa. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Why don't you just search his soul directly? Mujia frowned. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated in fear. Zuocheng's expression changed drastically as well. He quickly retreated 100 feet and smashed the hall into pieces. A white light lit up in his hand. It was a shiny saber. He stared at the three of them warily. Chan Yenyu frowned in anger and said coldly, Crazy Jia, put away your dirty and vicious heart. Don't let others think that I'm on the same side as you. Look at you, Yunxiao said. You've scared everyone. I'll do the asking. Does Captain know how this lawless sky was formed? He asked. The formation of the Wutian? Everyone was taken aback and fell into deep thought. Zuocheng was also deep in thought. He said slowly, No one knows how long Wufa Heaven has existed, but I've heard some legends. It's said that beneath this land is the Netherworld Kingdom. Because the aura of the Netherworld came up, it led to the world's metamorphosis and the current environment. Oh, Yunxiao was taken aback, but he did not say anything. He just asked, Do you believe in this legend? To be honest, I don't really believe it, Zuocheng said with a bitter smile. Then you must have your own ideas, right? Yunxiao asked. Zuocheng said, I believe that the root cause of the climate is the earth vein. The entire earth vein below has undergone changes similar to elemental variation. It has accumulated for countless years to form the current appearance. A change in the earth vein? Yunxiao asked. There should be a reason for the change in the earth veins. Why don't you just ask him directly if it's possible that it's caused by a mutated earth element? Mujia coldly replied. A mutated earth element? I've thought of that as well, but how powerful must the earth element be to cause such a large-scale environmental change? Zuocheng was shocked. I'm afraid it has already reached the level of the living earth. It's said that the soil of breath evolved into the earth, and it's an existence that's the closest to the earth-type origin source. Could it be that there's the earth of breath here? Mujia frowned. Yunxiao knew that it was impossible. The breathing earth was the most powerful earth element, and the chances of it mutating were very slim. Have you ever been to the center of Wufa heaven? Everyone from the green cult mercenaries' face fell. Even Zhucheng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He stammered, "My lord must be joking. We are weak, wouldn't going there be suicide?" "Is it that terrifying?" Yun Xiao asked in surprise. "Is it? You're a peak 8 stars martial sovereign. Even if the living earth were to smash you, it would be difficult for you to be hurt." Zhucheng replied, "Normal mutated earth elements are nothing much. No matter how strong the power of the elements is, it can still be resisted by the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens. However, the death Qi contained in this earth element is the nemesis of all living things. Can directly consume one's life force. It's terrifying. This environment with elemental damage is indeed a headache," Yun Xiao said. "No wonder you want to steal my water elements." "It's a good thing I met you, my lord," Zhucheng said with a bitter smile. "You're so magnanimous. If it were anyone else, Yan Xing would have been dead by now." "Don't think that I'm some kind person," Yun Xiao snorted. "Since I've come to you, I naturally have something to tell you. I need you to lead the way to the central area." "What?" Everyone's expression changed drastically. Zhucheng said in shock, "My lord, you must not go. There's really no return there." "If you really can't return," Yun Xiao said with a smile, "you'll be buried with him." Yan Xing's expression changed several times. "Regiment commander, I'm the one who caused this trouble. Let me bring them there," he said. Zhucheng's face was extremely dark. He suddenly said slowly, "My lord, near the center of Wufa heaven, there is a mountain called the War Soul Mountain." "Guild leader," person suddenly cried out in alarm. His eyes revealed a look of shock. The expressions of the others also changed drastically, but they quickly returned to normal. "We didn't have much confidence to begin with," Zhucheng said. "Now that the 3 of you are here, we might stand a better chance." "Oh?" Yun Xiao asked in surprise. "Oh? Is there something good?" Zhucheng said, "The Battle Soul Mountain is Wutian's boundary between life and death. Once you cross the Battle Soul Mountain, you will die without a doubt. I have been in Xianxia City for half 100 years. I have only seen one person cross the Battle Soul Mountain and return safely. The rest of them died inside without exception." "Who's so awesome?" Chen Yuyu asked in surprise. A glint flashed across Zhucheng's face as he said, "Master of Soul Devourer Sect, Lord Huangfu Bai." Chen Yuyu was shocked. He nodded. "So it's him. With his strength, even the most dangerous Tiandang mountains might not kill him. Since that old fogey can go over, there shouldn't be a problem for us," Wuxia said. The hall instantly fell silent. So silent that it was as if there were no ghosts. Zhucheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said awkwardly, "This lord seems to be extremely confident and is quite dissatisfied with Lord Huangfu Bai. Although this Wufa heaven is located at the border of the western region, it is also within the territory of the Soul Devourer sect. You should be careful with your words." A killing intent flashed through Wuxia's eyes, causing Zhucheng's heart to convulse violently and his face to instantly turn pale. That killing intent was just a flash, but it directly stabbed into his heart like a knife. This was the strength of the other party's martial intent, almost solid, and could take a person's life with a single look. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't weak, he would have been scared to death by that cold light. His heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Who were these 3 people? It was impossible for them to be nobodies on the continent. They claimed to be as powerful as the sect leader of the Soul Devourer sect. Could they be titled martial sovereigns? Zhucheng's pale face turned ashen. He couldn't recover for a long time. He became more respectful than he had ever been. He said with fear, "May I ask the names of the 3 lords?" "There's no need to ask for our names," Yun Xiao said. "Go on and tell me about the Mountain of Fighting Souls." "Yes." Zhucheng did not dare to disobey. He suppressed the shock and curiosity in his heart, organized his thoughts, and said, "It's well known that Wutian produces Earth Emperor beads, and the quality of the beads is better the closer you are to the center. The top quality Earth Emperor beads are all produced in the Fighting Soul Mountain, and there are very few of them in the world. Therefore, the price of the supreme-grade Earth Emperor Pearl is unimaginably high, and there is an endless stream of people who come to the mountain to die. He paused a few times, as if he had touched on something. An undetectable pain flashed across his face, and he continued, "Therefore, although the mountain of fighting souls is dangerous, we still found many things. Recently, there has been a piece of news that has only been spread in a small area. No one knows if it's true or not, but all the mercenary groups have been unable to hold back. There are countless mercenary groups in Riverbank City. Every year, dozens of mercenary groups are wiped out. Over the years, there are about 8 mercenary groups that have made a name for themselves. The Green Cult mercenary group is one of them, but it is also ranked at the bottom of the 8 major mercenary groups. As the saying goes, the older you are, the smaller your courage. Usually, it's those rookie mercenary groups that enter the Battle Soul Mountain. Our 8 mercenary groups have never rashly entered the restricted area. However, for some reason, the extremely powerful Twilight mercenary group, which is ranked in the top 10 among the 8 mercenary groups, suddenly entered the restricted area and went deep into the Battle Soul Mountain. A hint of shock and complications flashed across Xianxia's eyes. The result was a team wipe. The entire hall quieted down, emitting layers of oppressive atmosphere. Everyone's breathing was heavy. "What?" Xianxia frowned and said, "They must be driven by great interests to do such a crazy thing. Is it because of the benefits that you've received?" Xianxia's expression changed and he quickly said, "Darren is indeed wise. No one knew where the Twilight mercenary group got the news from, but almost all the 8 mercenary groups knew about it. There's a huge deer-like monster in the mountain. It has extremely strong Earth-type power and can swallow the sky and spit out the Earth. The Twilight mercenary group found that after the monster's feces turned into Earth, they could form an Earth Emperor Pearl that's even higher than the highest grade." Chun Yuyu didn't have much of an expression and only said in surprise, "There's such a thing." On the other hand, Yunxiao and Qiu Mujia's faces changed drastically. Qiu Mujia said in a grave voice, "The supreme-grade Earth Emperor Pearl is already at the 9th rank. It's not that there aren't any monsters that can produce such an effect, but they're all extremely rare and rare." His eyes lit up, and he even licked his lips. "What do you want to do now?" Yunxiao asked. "What are you doing? You wouldn't be so stupid as to go and kill that monster, would you?" "The monster seems to have fallen into a deep sleep recently," Xianxia said. "It left a few of its cubs in the mountains." Yunxiao frowned as he finally understood what they were thinking. "If it's only a cub, how did the Twilight mercenary group get wiped out?" "This is what I'm worried about," Xianxia said bitterly. "Now all the mercenary groups are moving in the dark, and it seems that they are going to move towards the mountain of fighting souls. There's strength in numbers. If we act together, we can also keep each other warm." "I see," Yunxiao said. "To enter the central area of Wufa Heaven, we must cross the Fighting Soul Mountain, right?" "That's right," Xianxia said. "The Mountain of the Fighting Soul is the boundary between life and death. It's a place we must pass." "All right," Yunxiao said. "Let's go into the Mountain of Fighting Souls and have a look. If it's really dangerous, you can stay in the mountain and don't need to follow us. You've never entered anyway, so you'll only be a burden if you follow. If it's only until the Mountain of Fighting Souls, the Green Foal mercenaries would be more than happy to help." Xianxia was overjoyed. With Yunxiao and the other 2, they could escort them, and the risk of going to the Mountain of Fighting Souls would be greatly reduced. "Let's go," Yunxiao said. Xianxia was taken aback and asked, "We're leaving? I'll get everyone to get ready." "No need," Yunxiao said. "There's no time to waste. Besides, you don't have anything to prepare. Just lead the way." A strange look flashed in his eyes, and his pupils contracted slightly. The entire hall spun, and the world changed instantly. "Ah, this is Ing Luo." Everyone was shocked. They were in the hall a moment ago, but now they were in a wasteland. Looking over, they were already outside Jiangyu City. Cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads. In this deathly silent environment, they could only feel their bodies turning cold. This kind of great teleportation technique could teleport everyone away without anyone knowing. Not to mention seeing it, it was simply unheard of. At that moment, everyone looked at Yunxiao as if they had seen a ghost. Yanxing's face was drained of blood, and he finally realized what a stupid thing he had done. Everyone, Zuocheng shouted, "Let's go to the Mountain of Fighting Souls." Immediately, a few rays of light shot into the sky, followed by ferocious roars. 3 huge gray beasts suddenly appeared on the ground, emitting an extremely strong gray color. The beasts were covered in armor, and each of them pulled a chariot. Chan Yuyu frowned and said, "A beast-pulled carriage? Why is it so primitive?" Zuocheng smiled bitterly. "My lord, you may not know this, but Wutian's earth veins are extremely powerful. It's impossible to use the needle to determine the location. We can only rely on the earth copper ox beast to sense the direction." "I see," Chun Yuyu said in realization. "This thing's body and aura are consistent with the surrounding environment. I think it'll be easy to adapt. Does anyone have to use this copper ox beast to pull their carriage when they go to Warsoul Mountain?" Yunxiao asked. Zuocheng said, "That's not necessarily the case. Some powerful beings can directly leave the coordinates on the Mountain of Fighting Souls. They can use their own spatial divine arts to forcefully break through the air and leave. I can do it anywhere else, but the earth element in the mountain is too strong, so it won't work." Yunxiao nodded but did not say anything. In this way, he could leave the coordinates in the mountain and let Yuan Gaohan come directly. Moreover, he could also get rid of a large number of dangerous factors, which was an unexpected benefit. Roar! The 3 earth copper ox beasts kept growling, and someone immediately came forward to feed them. After they were full, they raised their heads and roared, full of energy. "Tell them to keep a low profile and not attract too much attention," Zuocheng said with a frown. Everyone got on their respective chariots, and the earth copper ox beast immediately began to run wildly in the wasteland, kicking up a cloud of dust that was blocked by the formation light on the chariot. The dust in the sky was extremely harmful to the body, so no one was willing to get it on. There were several huge copper lamps placed side by side in the chariot, each of which contained liquids of different colors. These liquids were released through the arrays on the copper lamps, filling the entire chariot with mist and nourishing the body. Yunxiao and the other 2 were riding on their own, galloping across the earth in a mighty manner. Chun Yuyu frowned. "This Wufa heaven is indeed dangerous. The divine sense is severely suppressed here. I don't know what will happen when we get to the Mountain of the Fighting Soul or the central area." Yunxiao looked at Qiu Mujia, who was deep in thought, and suddenly laughed. "Brother Mujia, are you thinking about the deer-like behemoth? You also know that I like to study these things. According to my speculation, it's very likely that those things are some kind of mutated demonic beast. Who knows, they might be able to extract some powerful things from them," said Qiu Mujia. His eyes shone with excitement. Yunxiao was speechless. "This place is not simple," he said. "Don't get yourself into it. Tisk. Other than a few people in the world, who else dares to say that they can drag me into this?" Qiu Mujia sneered. "That might not be the case," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I know there are several powerful existences in this world that are enough to kill you." "Oh? I'd like to hear the details." Qiu Mujia's eyes lit up as he asked with interest. "You want to remember them one by one?" Yunxiao said with a smile. "Then you can catch them one by one and study them. The path of art is endless," Qiu Mujia chuckled. Yunxiao's heart jolted. This Qiu Mujia was also one of the few alchemy experts in the world. He could not help but feel respect for him as he began to talk. The 2 of them were both extraordinary talents, and once they started talking, things would get out of hand. Both of their eyes were shining, and they were in high spirits along the way. Without realizing it, several days had passed. Qin Yuyu, on the other hand, was bored. He sat cross-legged in the chariot with his eyes closed and regulated his breathing. Suddenly, the copper bull let out a low roar and stopped. It had stopped a few times before because the ox beastman's physical strength had been exhausted and it needed to eat once a day. However, it had just finished its meal, so it was obviously not the reason. "I was wondering who it was that dared to cross Wufa heaven to come to this place. So it's the brats of the Green Foal mercenary group. Hee hee." You want to spy on the giant deer with your little power? A sinister laughter came from the front. The voice was loud and clear, stirring up a cloud of dust and sand that rushed toward the war chariot. The earth copper ox beast was swept up by the dust, and it couldn't help but growl and retreat. It's Koan. The two chariots were filled with frightened voices. All of a sudden, it became noisy and chaotic. At this moment, Zhucheng's voice was heard. He shouted, Koan, what are you doing here? Could it be that only you can come, and we're not allowed to? In front of them there was a light yellow light. Two bronze bulls could be seen in the light. They were different from the ones in the green foal chamber of commerce. They were riding on their own. Two people were sitting on them, and their bodies were hidden in large gray robes. The person on the left laughed coldly. Of course you can come. You can come at any time you want, but now is not the time for children to play. If you know what's good for you, go back the way you came. Zhucheng snorted. Which mercenary group is trying to monopolize the business of the Mountain of Fighting Souls? They must have paid a high price to hire you. Do they have the confidence to do what the Twilight mercenary group can't? He focused his gaze and looked at the person on the right. Kuan had always been a loner and was very famous in Jiangyu City. Other than looking for raw materials to sell himself, he was often hired by others. The Green Colt mercenary group had wanted to hire him for this trip to Battle Soul Mountain, but they couldn't contact him. It turned out that he had been hired by someone first. Therefore, the person on the right must be the employer. Unfortunately, the power of the dead Ashir was too strong, which blocked his divine sense, making him unable to see the person's true appearance. Ha ha ha, I don't need to think about what you're asking. All I need to do is to stop some trash. Koan laughed. Trash? Zhucheng sneered. Koan, I advise you to leave and move aside, or the consequences will be too much for you to bear. If Yunxiao and the other two had not followed him, he would have flown into a rage at this moment and rushed forward to kill them. But now, he was extremely calm, and even had a hint of gloating in his heart. I can't bear the consequences? Koan's expression turned strange, but he soon burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, the Green Colt mercenary group is getting weaker and weaker, but they are getting more and more powerful. I'll be honest with you. With me here today, none of you will be able to get past me. He laughed hideously. Lord Yuri, I'll have to trouble you for a moment. Your chattering is very annoying. Yunxiao's voice rang out faintly. You'll be sentenced to death for disturbing our discussion. Qiu Mujie coldly replied. Chun Jiu had followed Yuan Gaohan for a long time, so he naturally knew about the research and persistence of alchemists in the art of alchemy. He had always admired them, and although he was not on good terms with Qiu Mujie, it did not affect his respect for his achievements in the art of alchemy. The two of you can continue your discussion. Just give me 5 breaths. As soon as he finished speaking, Chan Yuyu's figure disappeared from the chariot. At the same time, a voice rang out in the air. Zhucheng, continue forward. Zhucheng was overjoyed. He quickly shouted, Continue forward. The 3 earth bronze bull beasts roared at the sky and slowly pulled the chariot with heavy steps, increasing its speed. The bodies of the 2 riders within the yellow light trembled slightly, and their faces revealed anger. Zhucheng, how dare you look down on me like this? Die! Kuan was even more furious. He spat out a word and his aura suddenly soared. A flash of saber light instantly slashed out, shattering the yellow light around him and sweeping up the dust. The sleeves of their clothes fluttered in the wind, and they exuded a sharp, murderous aura. Boom, boom, boom. The blade light swept across the sky and cut a huge ravine on the ground, which continued to crack forward. Bang! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out, and the huge saber light instantly collapsed, turning into countless specks of fluorescent light. Just as everyone's mouths were agape in shock, Chan Shenyu had already appeared in front of the 2 riders. A biting cold aura burst out of his body, and then a sword light flashed. Kuan and the other man were greatly shocked. Before they could recover, they discovered that the copper bull they were sitting on had been cut in half. In their shock, the 2 of them wanted to jump up, but their hearts suddenly sank. They only felt a pressure coming from the sky, completely suppressing them, and they couldn't even resist. Boom! Just as the two earth bronze bull beasts were killed, the two of them were sent flying like bullets, causing dust to fill the air. Chun Yuyu stood in the air and looked ahead coldly. His body was covered with a layer of faint white light. It was the protective Emperor Qi, which isolated the power of the dead ash to prevent his life from being harmed. Bah! Pay! 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 The two people in the distance stood up from the ground and kept spitting out dust from their mouths. Their entire bodies were covered in dust. The exposed skin on his body had shriveled up and was covered in a thick layer of dust. Their eyes were filled with horror because the pressure just now had directly suppressed the Emperor Qi in their bodies, causing them to be unable to use their yuan power to resist. A large amount of deathly gray qi directly invaded their bodies, and a large amount of vitality was lost. The two of them tried their best to peel off the gray shell on the surface of their skin. A circle of light rotated around them, expelling the dead gray air from their bodies. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The three copper earth bull beasts ran directly to the two of them and stopped. Zuocheng walked out of the chariot and looked at the two of them coldly. He said sarcastically, "Lord Koan, hurry up and do something. If you don't do something soon, we'll have to go over." Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter came from the chariot, full of ridicule. Kuin's face turned red, and his eyes flashed with shock and fear. He looked at the chariot at the side. The person who had attacked just now had entered it. Who was the lord who attacked? He asked in surprise. The person beside him was also shocked. Zuocheng thought to himself, "You're asking me? I want to know too." He snorted heavily and turned to look at the other person. He said coldly, "Friend, you look unfamiliar. You must be Koan's employer, right?" The man's expression changed slightly, and a hint of arrogance flashed through his eyes. However, when he saw the chariot, he immediately became vigilant and said, "No matter who that lord is, the Battle Soul Mountain is not as simple as you think. I hope you can listen to my advice and leave. Who do you think you are?" Zuocheng laughed coldly. "You think you can back out just because you want to? If you do, how will our Green Foal Mercenary Corps have the face to continue staying in Jiangyu City? I'm really sorry for yesterday. In the future, all updates would be limited to before 24 o'clock. If there were no updates before 24 o'clock, then so be it. After 24 o'clock, he would be too tired." The man furrowed his brows with a hint of anger, but after seeing the still chariot, he suppressed it and said in a friendly manner, "Your reputation is important, but your life seems to be more important. Commander Zuocheng is a smart man. Don't you know how to weigh the pros and cons? Are you saying that I'll die if I don't listen to you?" Zuocheng asked coldly. "That's right," the man said with a straight face. Bang! The place where that person was standing exploded instantly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the sky. After that, he fell to the ground far away, his face filled with terror. Chiu Mujia's cold voice rang out, "Kill these two. Let's continue." That person and Kuan both turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. The person said in shock, You can't kill me." Zuocheng's face was cold as he mocked, "I don't know who you are, but perhaps you're someone the Green Cult Mercenary Corps can't afford to offend. However, the lords in this chariot are people you can't afford to offend." The man looked at the chariot in horror. The inexplicable strike had instantly injured him. Coupled with the fact that Chen Chenyu was behind him, he shuddered and said in horror, "Everyone, please stop and take a look at this item." A ray of light shot out from his hand. Zuocheng held the token in his hand and looked at it. Immediately, his pupils shrank and his face turned pale. His body could not help but tremble. The hand that was holding the token trembled so badly that he could not hold it firmly. "Guild leader, what's wrong?" The other members of the Green Cult Mercenary immediately noticed Zuocheng's condition and surrounded him in shock. When they saw the token, they felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. They all sucked in a cold breath and the surroundings became deathly silent. Everyone's face was as ashen as the weather. The token was half the size of a palm and was engraved with a sky full of stars. It was rotating under a nebula and at first glance, it actually made one feel dizzy. It was magnificent and magnificent. Hee hee. The man heaved a heavy sigh of relief. With a smug look on his face, he said, "Commanders Wuchang, why aren't you saying anything?" He glanced at the chariot, intentionally or otherwise, and said, "I'll remember today's matter for the time being. Now that I have something important to do, I won't argue with you. I'll settle this score with you another day." Swish! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The token in Wucheng's hand was taken away by a force and flew into the chariot. TSK. I was wondering what the hell it was. It turns out to be the Myriad Stars Valley's Myriad Stars Order. Trash. Yunxiao's voice rang out, and then a beam of light shot out. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. There was actually someone in this world who dared to say that the Myriad Stars Valley Starry token was trash? Bang! The ray of light landed on the ground, causing a faint glow. When everyone looked down, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They were so scared that all the pores on their bodies stood up. There were even some who were stunned on the spot, their minds going blank. The Starry Sky Order had been crushed into an iron ball. There was a deep handprint on it, and the original appearance could still be vaguely seen through the patterns. Why you're that person from Myriad Stars Valley seemed to have been choked by someone and was completely unable to speak. His entire face was flushed red. Kuan was completely at a loss and was a little dumbfounded. The space on the chariot trembled slightly, and Yunxiao emerged. His eyes were as clear as water as he said indifferently, "I'm very curious. Why would the people of the Myriad Stars Valley appear here? What's going on at the Battle Soul Mountain? Why are people not allowed to enter?" After a brief moment of shock, the man finally came back to his senses. When he saw that Yunxiao was just a young man, his fear was greatly reduced. "Kid, who the hell are you? You actually dare to be disrespectful to the Myriad Stars Valley?" Yunxiao's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he said, "What a joke. Why should I respect Myriad Star Valley? Do I have to burn 3 joss sticks and worship it? Quickly answer my question. This young master has no time to chat with you." That person's heart was abnormally shocked. He could tell at a glance that this young man's expression was that he really didn't put the Myriad Stars Valley in his eyes and was definitely not pretending. However, he still couldn't believe it in his heart. He swallowed his saliva and said, "You're really bold. The Myriad Stars Valley is a buy-in." Bang! With a wave of Yunxiao's hand, a bolt of lightning shot down and sent him flying in an instant. His skin and flesh were torn and he was charred black. "This is your last chance. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it again. Tell me." "I'll tell you, but don't do anything." The man was really scared, and his voice was trembling. His body was full of electric energy, and all the major acupuncture points in his body were filled with lightning energy. Even the top of his dantian was a sea of lightning. If the young man had hit him harder, he would have been turned into ashes. The Myriad Stars Valley has something important to do on the Battle Soul Mountain. Therefore, they sealed the road here to prevent it from being destroyed. "As for what it is, I'm not too sure," the man replied honestly. "That's it?" Yunxiao said coldly. "Is that simple? Then there's no point in keeping you alive?" It's useful. The man shuddered and said, "Myriad Stars Valley has set up many checkpoints along the way. If I lead the way, we'll definitely be able to pass through smoothly." "My lord, let's bring him along," Wuchang said, wiping his cold sweat. His heart was beating like a drum, feeling that things were more complicated than he had expected. He was afraid that if Yunxiao really killed the people from Myriad Stars Valley, the Green Cult Mercenary Corps would be doomed. "It's up to you," Yunxiao said. "In any case, just get into the Battle Soul Mountain as soon as possible. I'd like to see what's going on in Myriad Stars Valley." Everyone was sweating profusely. Normally, when one heard that the Myriad Stars Valley was in front, they would not even have the time to escape. He actually wanted to rush over to watch the show. Wucheng's palms were sweating. He knew that he had encountered an unprecedented crisis. Both Yunxiao and the other two, as well as Myriad Stars Valley, were powers above him. If he was not careful, he might be involved in it and be crushed to pieces. However, this was no longer up to him. He shouted, "The two of you, come up and speed up." The 3 earth copper bull beasts immediately began to run wildly on the barren land, kicking up a cloud of dust. That person from Myriad Stars Valley and Kuan both had gloomy faces. "May I ask for your name, sir?" Xuecheng asked. "Just call me Smooth Jade," the man said with a frown. He turned his eyes to the other chariot with fear and said, "Who is that person inside?" Xuecheng looked at him deeply and said, "Don't ask so much. Those adults are not people you can inquire about." Smooth Jade's body trembled and she immediately shut her mouth. Half a day later, in the vast wilderness, he finally saw a tall mountain. It was a continuous mountain range that lay at the end of the earth. Yun Xiao walked out of the chariot and looked over, his eyes filled with a strange light. He saw that the mountains in the distance were filled with a deathly aura, which was much thicker than the entire border of Wutian. Several hours later, in the wilderness at the foot of the mountain, there was a strong elemental energy fluctuation. Many figures flickered, and they were actually fighting. "It's the Firebird mercenary group," Xuecheng exclaimed. The sounds of killing shook the heavens as 20 to 30 people were caught in a chaotic battle. The most intense battle was between the two men. The origin power fluctuations were so strong that they directly pushed the others 1,000 feet away, and the entire battle ring was their battlefield. One of them was an old man in a green robe. He had a serious expression on his face, but his eyes were bright and full of spirit, like a copper lamp flashing. He waved his saber in an airtight manner, and circles of saber radiance spread out like waves in the sea. On the other side was a burly man with a face full of scars. His fists were impressive, and his helmet was constantly blooming with a fiery luster. From time to time, strange signs would rise and shatter the saber ocean's chi waves. The two of them were no weaker than Xuecheng, and they were locked in an intense battle. All sorts of spiritual pressure burst out in the sky. "Old man flying bee." Kuan frowned. "What?" Xuecheng was shocked. That old man was Old Man Flying Bee? How did these two get into a fight? Smooth Jade replied, "There's nothing strange about it. The Firebird mercenary group had also passed our test before they were allowed to enter. Old Man Flying Bee was most likely hired by our Myriad Stars Valley. His level was too low, and he was only in charge of the first obstacle, so he didn't know." Xuecheng's face became serious. That Old Man Flying Bee was a cultivator who had been living in seclusion in Wutian. He had been famous for dozens of years, but he hadn't been famous in recent years. Everyone thought that he had left this place. They didn't expect that he was still living in seclusion. The suspicion in his heart grew even more. Myriad Stars Valley's strength was unparalleled. So why did they still hire these experts to do things for them? As long as the Myriad Stars Valley gave the order to not let anyone get close to the Mountain of Fighting Souls, naturally, no one would dare to violate this taboo. Not good, someone's coming. In the distant battle ring, a martial artist suddenly shouted, his face full of anxiety. "Old Man Flying Bee, use your ultimate move." The face of the green-robed elder, who was in the middle of an intense battle, suddenly sank. He glanced over from the corner of his eye and saw the 3 earth bronze bulls. His face turned ugly and he snorted angrily. "Smooth Jade and Koan in front are really useless. They can't stop anyone." The treasured saber in his hand suddenly bloomed with a saber light, shaking the enemies in front of him away. Then he grabbed in the air with his left hand, raised it up, and threw it out like scattering beans. Suddenly, many small dots appeared in the sky, making a buzzing sound. "Not good. It's the flying wolf Jade Bee." Everyone instantly retreated in all directions. The fierce-looking man was also shocked, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He clenched his fist and shouted, "Little bastard, exterminate them all. Great tiger head fist. Roar." Under the might of the fist, the roar of a tiger shook the forest. A red blood-striped tiger with wings appeared behind him and suddenly charged down. Boom! The flying wolves and jade-shaped bees that filled the sky were instantly killed, but even more had already surrounded him and stung him. Ah! The burly man suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech. His protective Emperor Qi shot out in all directions, trying to kill the flying bees, but it was completely ineffective. In an instant, a dense swarm of bees crawled all over his body. His entire body was in intense pain, and he almost fainted. Guild leader! The martial artists in the surroundings were shocked. They all roared and rushed forward, taking out all kinds of weapons to cut down the flying bee. More than 10 rays of light rushed into the swarm of bees, killing a few with each attack, but it was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood in the face of thousands of bees. Humph! A bunch of ants. Even the life of a single bee of mine is much more precious than yours. Die! Elder Flying Bee's face was cold as he shouted, "Bees loop! Buzz, 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 buzz." The flying bees that filled the sky suddenly dispersed and actually formed a pattern. They flew in a regular pattern and continuously stung the crowd. All the martial artists were shocked. They found that the bees' movements were difficult to track, and as they formed groups, the power of the stingers instantly broke through the Emperor Qi defense and stabbed into their bodies. At first, there was a huge pain at the place that was stung. Then it became numb and unconscious. Everyone's resistance slowed down, and all kinds of screams came one after another. Haha, you're overestimating yourself to fight with the old man flying bee. The old man flying bee was an expert whose name had shaken the entire western region decades ago. The flying wolf jade-shaped bee is the king of the golden sand field, the most dangerous place in the western region. Any expert who encounters it can only run for their lives. The cultivators in the surroundings were all overjoyed and began to discuss proudly, as if they were laughing at the Firebird mercenary group for overestimating themselves. On the chariot, Xianxia and the other two watched quietly, and Xiaomujia's eyes flickered. "Are you thinking of catching these flying wolves and blue bees and fusing them into your body?" Xianxia asked with a smile. "So, you want to make them part of your combat power?" Xiaomujia's brows slightly furrowed. He glanced at Tang Weilin and said, "It's disgusting to guess other people's thoughts like this. But you're indeed very smart," he added after a pause. "Then guess if I'll choose to capture or not?" "No." Xianxia laughed. "I won't." "Why?" Xiaomujia's eyes narrowed. "This thing is indeed an extra combat power when you put it into the worship fish," Xianxia said. "It doesn't affect your current state at all. But at our level, how useful can this thing be? If you really need it, you should go to the golden sand field." "You're right. The flying wolf jade-shaped bees are powerful, but their numbers aren't even enough to scratch an itch," Xiaomujia said. "Should we save that person?" Chen Yuyu asked. "This is someone else's private matter," Xianxia said. "Let's not get involved. Let's go straight there." His voice was so loud that Zhuo Chang and the others could hear him clearly. Although Zhuo Cheng's expression was a little ugly, he still shouted, "Continue forward. There are thousands of flying wolves and blue bees up ahead. It's too dangerous for us to go over," Slippery Jade said in shock. "With the 3 lords around, what's there to be afraid of?" Zhuo Cheng asked. The rest of the people also gathered their courage and rode their earth copper ox beasts forward. The 3 copper earth bull beasts revealed a look of fear, but under the control of the human-monster hybrid, they still braced themselves and ran forward. "It's the green foal mercenaries. Captain Zhuo Cheng, please save us." The cultivators who had been surrounded by the flying bees and were fighting desperately saw someone coming and immediately felt hope in their hearts, shouting desperately. However, the green colt mercenary group seemed to be unmoved, and the earth copper bull beasts were running faster. The hearts of the warriors of the Firebird mercenary group sank. "AI, stop shouting. We don't know them well, and we even had a conflict over a piece of resource last time. How could they help us? If we don't join forces, we can't defeat Old Man Flying Bee," another person said anxiously. "Our leader can't hold on much longer." The man with the scar on his face was almost unrecognizable. His body was covered in bees, and occasionally there would be light shooting out, but then it would gradually be completely extinguished. Elder Flying Bee's eyes narrowed as he appeared in front of the green colt mercenary group, staring at them coldly. The cold qi from his body spread out, instantly making the 3 copper ox beasts stop in their tracks. "Get out of my way within 3 breaths," Xianxia said with a cold face. "Otherwise, you'll die." Old Man Flying Bee was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha ha! Where did this wild child come from?" The words he said made people laugh their heads off. Xianxia raised his hand and pointed at the sky. Immediately, the clouds in the sky surged, and countless thunderbolts gathered. The entire sky was dark, and countless green thunderbolts flashed on the ground. The smile on Old Man Flying Bee's face froze, and fear appeared on his face. The nearby flying wolves and jade-shaped bees also suddenly slowed down, and for some reason, electricity suddenly appeared in the swarm of bees, causing them to crackle. Pai-li-pa-la. In just an instant, every bee's body seemed to be charged with electricity. They affected each other, and an entire stretch of electric radiance flashed across the sky. The buzzing sound weakened, and a large number of bees fell from the sky, electrocuted to death. What? All of the cultivators were shocked as they looked at the falling flying wolves and blue bees, as well as the flashing lightning in the sky. It was as if they had entered a sea of lightning. Stop! Ah! Old Man Flying Bee was shocked and shouted in panic. He didn't care about the flying wolf and blue bees and turned into a ray of light to escape. Xianxia pointed his finger, and a thunderbolt as thick as an arm fell from the sky, chasing after the old man. Boom! Ah! Old Man Flying Bee let out a blood-curdling screech as he fell from the sky, his entire body smoking. It was unknown if he was still alive or not. All the lightning in the world instantly dissipated, and the sky was deathly silent. Everyone's mouths were wide open, and they were completely dumbfounded. "I'll spare your life this time because it's not easy for you to cultivate," Xianxia said. "If there's a next time, you'll really be dead." Old Man Flying Bee lay on the ground and trembled. Smoke kept rising from his body, and his eyes were full of fear and terror. He didn't dare to make a sound. The 3 earth copper bull beasts ran over and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, someone finally came back to his senses and couldn't help but shiver. He said in shock, What's going on? Who was that person just now?" Gulp! Everyone was swallowing their saliva. No one could answer this question. Who are those 3 people? Xuecheng rolled his eyes at Smooth Jade when she asked the same question again. Of course, Xuecheng wanted to know the answer as well. There were only a handful of people in the western region who could defeat the Old Man Flying Bee with a single move, and they had no impression of these 3 people at all. Could he be from another region? The few of them thought of this possibility, and their hearts felt heavy as if lead had been poured into them. The 3 copper earth bull beasts soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. The aura of death was getting stronger and stronger, and the frequency of the copper earth bull beasts eating also increased. There was some green liquid mixed in the food, which seemed to make them more energetic. "Why is there such a powerful pressure?" Wuxia asked with a frown. "If it's just a giant beast or earth-type origin energy, it wouldn't be able to maintain such an overwhelming effect." "That's right," Xianxia said. "It's like there's a formation running continuously. It seems that the mountain is very interesting." The earth copper ox beasts all stopped in their tracks, and the green foal mercenary group also stepped out of their chariots. All of them had a serious expression on their faces, and their bodies glowed with a faint light as they fought against the deathly aura. "My lord, this is the mountain of fighting souls," Xuecheng said respectfully. Xianxia gave Smooth Jade a look and said, "The people of Myriad Stars Valley are all inside?" At this moment, Slippery Jade did not dare to have any other thoughts. She replied carefully, "Yes, my lord. The deathly gray chi here seems to be even thicker than usual. Does Darren really want to go up the mountain?" "Nonsense," Xianxia said. "Why didn't you come up the mountain? Let's go." Xuecheng and the others had a bitter look on their faces, but they had no choice but to follow behind. The mountain road was rugged and full of twists and turns. It would be difficult to make a detour without a familiar path. Xianxia took a few steps in front and said in surprise, "There seems to be a change in gravity." Xuecheng quickly said, The Fighting Soul Mountain is divided into the outer and inner parts. The gravity on the outer part can reach up to 100 times, but the inner part is unpredictable. Sometimes it is normal gravity, and sometimes it can suddenly increase to hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. If you are not careful, you will be crushed into pieces. What? It suddenly increased to 10,000 times the gravity. Even Chun Yuyu's expression changed drastically. That's right. That's why no one has ever dared to set foot in the inner region. Those who are cultivating in Wufa are at most at the outer area of the mountain. You haven't been to the internal department either? Yunxiao asked. I set foot here once many years ago, Suochang said with a bitter smile. But I retreated within a mile. It's too terrifying. All right, Yunxiao said. You can leave after you bring us to the inner circle. We'll walk around the rest by ourselves. Yes, yes. Suochang was overjoyed and quickly replied. My lord, please follow me. He could finally get rid of it, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Moreover, after sending these gods of plague away, they could stroll around the periphery and perhaps find the baby deer. After walking for a short distance, everyone suddenly stopped in their tracks. Not far ahead, there were bloodstains everywhere, and 3 corpses were lying on the road. This is a Kasaya. Suochang's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly stepped forward to examine the corpses. They were almost dried up. Apart from the horror and pain on their faces, their bodies were festering. The person who did this was extremely ruthless. He just died not long ago. Suochang's expression turned grave. He said coldly, and they were killed. Yunxiao only gave it a glance and did not pay too much attention to it. You know them. I don't know him. Suochang shook his head. I know most of the people who are in Jiangyu City and dare to come to the Fighting Soul Mountain. I'm afraid they're cultivators who've been cultivating in seclusion all year round and rarely show their faces. A trace of fear flashed across Ku-in's face as he said, I've seen these 3 people before. They were indeed independent cultivators who had been cultivating in seclusion. Their strength was amazing, especially when they had a set of joint attack techniques. When they joined hands, they were extremely powerful. How could they die just like that? Someone from Myriad Stars Valley? Yunxiao asked. Did they do it? Slippery Jade could feel the unfriendly gazes from the crowd. Feeling uneasy, she hurriedly said, I don't know. Perhaps it should or might not be Luo. As he spoke, his voice became lower and lower. Even he was sure that it was most likely the doing of the Myriad Stars Valley. Otherwise, how could this Battle Soul Mountain have such a powerful force? It's most likely Myriad Stars Valley, Yunxiao said. What is their purpose? I'm really curious. Is it also that giant deer monster? Qiu Mujia's eyes gleamed as he said, That's most likely the case. It's most suitable to take such a huge beast as a guardian beast. Let's hurry up and leave. Don't let the people from Myriad Stars Valley get there first. Everyone felt dizzy. These few people still wanted to snatch things from the Myriad Stars Valley. However, when they thought about their strength, they were most likely some amazing existence, so they all led the way in front with fear. Somewhere inside the mountain of fighting souls, there was a thick gray fog, and it was hard to see one's fingers. Suddenly, a wisp of green light lit up and slowly spread out in the gray fog. It gradually condensed into a green space and separated the gray fog. Only then did several figures appear. They were all clad in long gray robes, and their faces could not be seen. Su Ping, why did you call us here? One of them snorted. His tone seemed to be extremely impatient. In the center of the crowd, a petite man's robes fluttered slightly, and the green light covered his handsome face. He was actually very young, and his face revealed a calm and steady expression that was rare for his age. He said, Someone has entered the mountain. The man from before frowned, revealing a terrifying scar that ran down from the left side of his forehead, passing through his eyes, nose, and lips, embedding itself several inches deep into his face. One look was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. It was obvious that he had been slashed in the face. Cultivators at this level could change their appearance at will, and healing this degree of scar was a piece of cake. However, this person had obviously kept it on purpose, and the meaning was self-evident. Humph, a few flies just flew in. Is there a need to be so nervous? Is this your ability to plan the overall situation? The scar-faced man asked coldly. Su Ping, you've really disappointed me. Su Ping's delicate and handsome face remained calm under the flickering green light. He said quietly, the people who entered this time are not simple. He took out a square-shaped, profound-level weapon. With a bang, it shot out a ray of green light and spread out. Suddenly, a formation that filled the sky spread out, and countless runes flashed within. Everyone was under the light of the formation, staring at the flashing runes without blinking. This is a Picio. The scar-faced man suddenly trembled and cried out, 15%? How could this be possible? The measuring device must be broken. Su Ping said, this energy-sensing disc can accurately sense even the most powerful force. The strength of the person who entered the mountain has reached a very terrifying value. It has increased the energy in the entire Battle Soul Mountain by 15%. Even Lord Yuzhang might not be able to reach this level of power. Yuzhang's face suddenly twitched, and the scar wriggled like a centipede, making him look even more gloomy and terrifying. He said in a cold voice, how many people entered the mountain in total? 19, Su Ping said. Ha ha ha. It's not a big deal for 19 people to increase energy by 15%. Humph. Yuzhang waved his sleeve and said sarcastically, I'll kill them so that Su Ping can rest assured. In the future, don't call everyone over for every small matter. Your ability to plan is really weak. I really don't understand why Lord Sect Master would feel at ease letting you preside over this matter. Humph. With a flash of his figure, he turned around and disappeared on the spot. Several other figures also disappeared with him. Be careful, Lord Yuzhang, Su Ping said. However, the figure had already disappeared, so how could he hear it? Even if he did, there would be no reply. Alas, Yuzhang is too narrow-minded. Su Ping, don't lower yourself to his level, a gray-robed man said with a sigh. His voice seemed old, but it was still vigorous. Elder Wuxia, Su Ping said. I haven't met him before. It's just that the people who entered the mountain this time are extremely strong. It makes me feel a little uneasy. Oh? There's such a thing. Wuxia pondered for a while and said, you can take care of the things inside. Leave the outside to me. If Yuzhang is no match for him, I will go and help him. Su Ping said, then be careful, Elder Wuxia. It's very likely that the person who entered the mountain is from the Soul Devourer sect. These few days are a critical period. We can't be disturbed at all. However, if the intruders are really strong, Elder, don't fight them head-on and retreat into the mountain. I have my own ways to stop them. Wuxia was slightly surprised, thinking, if even I can't stop him, what can you do? But he still nodded and said, all right, I'll remember that. The green light flickered, and several more figures disappeared. The only person left behind was a tall and sturdy man. The man's entire figure was covered in a gray robe, and his true appearance couldn't be seen at all. He only indifferently said, it is indeed difficult for you to manage the Battle Soul Mountain. There's no such thing. Let's go, Su Ping said quietly. He turned around, and the two of them quickly disappeared into the green light. Soon after, the green light slowly weakened and was finally completely submerged by the deathly aura of the Gray Phoenix. The entire area returned to its previous state. At the foot of the mountain, the Green Foal mercenary group was slowly making their way around the mountain range. Everyone's faces were just like the environment, gray and dusky. Along the way, they found a few more bodies. They were all hermits who were cultivating in the mountain. The entire mountain seemed to have been cleaned. Chan Yuyu's expression was cold as he said, if it was really done by the Myriad Stars Valley, then isn't it too devoid of conscience? The members of the Green Cult mercenary turned around and looked at him strangely. The weak are prey to the strong, and all those below the strong are ants. Aren't your words a little too childish? Cho Mujia sneered. Even if it's the law of the jungle, Chen Yuyu said angrily. Don't you have any mercy as a strong person? Mercy? Gg. Cho Mujia suddenly laughed out loud, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. You're kind to others, but have others been kind to you? Chun Yuyu's face was ashen and he didn't say anything. You're right, Yunxiao sighed. The strong should have a merciful heart. Don't be confused by Crazy Jie's words. He has already walked to the extreme of the evil path. However, there are many things in the world that cannot be changed by human power. For example, I also want to know who is the person behind the cleansing of Battle Soul Mountain. I also want to know who is so vicious to bury so many innocent people for his own benefit. Tisk, don't tell me you've killed fewer people than them? Cho Mujia mocked in disdain. Quite a few, Yunxiao said. But I will not sacrifice innocent people for my own purpose. You think they're innocent, but the people from Myriad Stars Valley think they deserve death. So what? Cho Mujia sneered. I don't want to make such a nonsensical argument with you, Yunxiao said with a frown. Cho Mujia laughed. It's indeed a flawless judgment. That's because all the laws in the world are set by the powerful. If they say that you deserve death, then you really do. The members of the Green Cult mercenary wore sad expressions. Although they all understood this truth and knew how cruel the world was, they only understood how sad it was when they were no longer in control of their own fate. Pa! 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 Well said. A wave of applause and praise came over. A few more figures appeared on the mountain path, all wrapped in gray robes, blocking in front of the crowd. Who is it? All the members of the Green Cult Mercenary Corps were taken aback. They quickly ran down and hid behind Yunxiao and the other two. The power of the dead ash in the Mountain of Fighting Souls was too strong, and everyone's divine sense was greatly suppressed. They only reacted when a few people appeared beside them. I'm the one who condemned you as damned experts. One of the gray-robed men sneered. Arg! It's Lord Yuzong. Smooth Jade was shocked. She then ran over in joy and said, Sir, save me. Yuzhang's face darkened. I asked you to set up a checkpoint outside the mountain, he said coldly. You went up the mountain with your people? Slippery Jade could feel the killing intent and trembled as she said, My lord, there are a few powerful experts that I cannot defeat. After a bitter battle, I was captured by them and brought here. In that case, it's been hard on you. Yuzhang's expression softened. It's my duty to do my best for the sect. How can I complain about being tired? Slippery Jade panicked. You're not bad. Yuzhong nodded. Go to the back. Smooth Jade ran to the back in joy. Yuzhong looked at the crowd coldly and said, I'll show you mercy now. As long as you retreat now, I won't pursue you. No way, Yunxiao said, puzzled. With the way you guys do things, shouldn't you have just killed everyone and cleared the area? Cho Mujia sneered. This fellow's eyes are pretty sharp. He knows that he'll be dead if he makes a move. That's why he's bragging to scare us away. Yuzhong was furious and shouted, Since you want to die, don't blame us. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light flew out from his sleeve and slashed down. Cho Mujia laughed savagely and directly reached out with his large hand. The light was caught in his hand, and with a clench it was instantly annihilated. What? Yu Zhang's pupils shrank. Tack. He didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. His emperor chi exploded, and a mass of black fog appeared in front of him. It turned into runes that flashed in the air, and the roar of a demon beast could be heard. Yu Zhang's figure flickered and disappeared into the black gas. At this moment, the gray-robed men behind him also attacked at the same time. A large number of ear-piercing explosions came from the air inexplicably. In an instant, half-moon-shaped wind blades filled the sky and fell down like endless falling trees. The wind blades were surrounded by black cracks, and the entire mountain path was shattered. The Green Cult mercenaries were already bleeding from their ears from the explosion. Their faces were pale with fear as they gritted their teeth and stared at the sky. With a calm expression on his face, Yunxiao made a grabbing gesture with his right hand. Instantly, endless thunderbolts gathered and turned into a huge hammer with crackling sounds, which he then smashed into the sky. Boom! The spatial node under the hammer exploded in an instant, and countless green lightning dragons surged in all directions, devouring all the wind blades in an instant. The power of the thunderbolt did not decrease and directly charged towards the myriad Star Valley's people. The few gray-robed men suddenly swayed their bodies and disappeared from the mountain path, leaving only Smooth Jade there. She screamed in horror and wanted to escape, but she was struck by a lightning dragon. Bang! The lightning dragon passed through his body and exploded him into pieces. Suddenly, a mass of black smoke appeared in front of Xianxia, and a big hand came out of it, squeezing the thunder energy away and pressing toward his chest. Humph! With a sneer, Xianxia's hands turned golden and he reached out. Pa! His 10 fingers pressed on the acupuncture points on the front and back of the arm, and his essence force pressed down. Bang! The arm suddenly exploded and turned into a black dragon that flew up into the sky, pushing Xianxia's arms away and shooting into the sky. Countless runes gushed out of the black dragon's body, and it roared as it descended. At the same time, several gray-robed men suddenly appeared around Xianxia and surrounded him, all of them throwing out palm strikes in the air. A mountain-like pressure surrounded them like an iron bucket, pressed down from all directions. A black dragon circled in the sky and charged down with a ferocious expression. Xianxia's expression was calm, and he was not moved at all. All of a sudden, he transformed into his 3-headed and 6-armed Transcendence golden body and clenched his fists. His fist was covered in a ball of golden light, and his entire body was covered in a golden halo. He shouted and pushed in all directions. His 6 punches turned into palm techniques that blasted out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The golden palm wind collided with the power that filled the sky. It was like a wave crashing into a rock, causing thousands of waves. Countless palm shadows exploded in the air. As the black dragon charged forward, it was actually bounced back by the spiritual pressure from the collision of the 2 forces. After circling a few times, it charged down again. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the black dragon landed, its body continuously turned into runes and collapsed. The palm force that blotted out the sky lost its balance, and the spirit pressure collapsed instantly. Countless black runes fell on Xianxia's body and exploded like chains. Bang, 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 bang. Xianxia's face was solemn, but he still stood still with his 6 hands folded into a fist, letting the power of the black dragon bombard his body. A faint golden light was shining on the surface of his skin. The countless exploding black runes scattered in front of him, and suddenly, a faint figure appeared, fiercely slapping out with both palms. As soon as the palm momentum rose, it was like a mountain uprooting the ground, and the sky trembled. Moon-leaning palm, Yuzong shouted, and his body made of virtual light suddenly became solid. He slammed his palms down, as if the entire mountain of fighting souls was pulled up and pushed directly. Xianxia's lips curled into a cold smile as he said, "I've been waiting for you." He grabbed with his 6 arms and 6 more golden lights appeared. He threw them forward and they turned into a cloud of stars. The hands in front of him were like floating clouds and flowing water, stirring in the golden light. Suddenly, he formed a seal and forcefully slapped out. Floating life seal. Bang! The 2 extremely powerful forces collided, and the entire space trembled. Many of the green cult mercenaries behind him spat out a mouthful of blood. They were immediately invaded by the deathly gray energy and hurriedly circulated their inner chi to resist it. Boom! The force in front of the 2 of them exploded again, as if a mountain was collapsing. Yuzong only felt that his moon-leaning palm force was crumbling layer by layer. The other party's power was like an endless wave, layer by layer, and there was no end. He finally couldn't take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His body flickered through the air and immediately disappeared into the deathly gray chi, completely disappearing. Not good, he escaped. Chun Yuyu started to blame himself and said, "It's all my fault for being careless. I didn't expect them to escape so quickly." Escape? What a joke! Xianxia grinned hideously. A blood-red color appeared in his eyes, which then turned black and shot out 7 colors again, and finally returned to tranquility. Come out and face your death. Clang, the sound of a sword vibrating rang out, followed by a sword ray shooting out in the air. Several screams were heard, and a few streaks of red blood appeared in the gray fog. Then several figures fell to the ground, all dead. One of the largest sword beams stabbed to the left. Xianxia stepped forward, and the cold sword pierced into the chest of one of the men, leaving a bloody mark. The gray mist dispersed, revealing Yu Zhang's pale and frightened face, which was filled with disbelief. What, you're not convinced? It's a pity that I don't have time to make you submit, Xianxia said indifferently. Do you want to tell me what I want to know? Or do you want me to search your soul? Soul search. Yu Zhang's body trembled, and then a look of realization and ridicule appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? Bang. Xianxia was too lazy to talk any more nonsense. He clenched his fingers into a claw and smashed the man's skull. Ah! Yu Zhang screamed. Under the severe pain, the defense of the spiritual altar and sea of consciousness was weakened to the minimum. In an instant, tens of thousands of needle radiances pierced in, and he lost consciousness completely. The faces of the green cult mercenaries turned pale and their bodies began to tremble. This kind of soul-searching technique was rare, let alone the soul of such a powerful existence. The identities of Xianxia and the others became even more mysterious and terrifying. They had been guessing in their hearts before, but now they did not even have the courage to guess. Xianxia's skin glowed with a faint golden light, and his eyes turned strange, with strange runes flashing in them. Chun Yuyu's expression was serious. He held the hilt of his sword with his right hand and said coldly, "Crazy Jia, you better behave yourself." Qiu Mujie placed his hands behind his back and shot a disdainful glance at him. He laughed and said, "I just want to see his soul-searching technique. Don't be nervous." "I hope so," Chen Yuyu said coldly. "If you try anything funny, I'll immediately take your head." Tisk. Qiu Mujie sneered sarcastically and didn't say anything else. 10 minutes later, the golden light on Xiao's body slowly disappeared. Yu Zhang's arm loosened, and his body fell to the ground, turning him into a complete idiot. Bang! He swung his fist down and crushed Yu Zhang's head. As a top master, if he still had spiritual sense, he would most likely choose to die after falling into such a state. "How did it go?" Chun Qinyu asked hurriedly. Xiao's eyes returned to normal, but they were filled with solemnness. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I'm afraid it's going to be a little troublesome. I originally wanted to settle that matter in this mountain, but I didn't expect that there would be so many experts in this mountain. Furthermore, the Myriad Stars Valley has already laid down layers of arrangements." "Then what should we do?" Chen Yuyu asked. After a moment of silence, Xiao said, "Let's leave." "What? Leave?" Chen Yuyu froze and looked suspicious. Qiu Mujie also frowned and said, "I thought I heard wrong. Is this your style?" "Li Yunxiao." "Chan Yunyu," Yunxiao said, "you should understand that it's too important, and no mistakes can be allowed. After we are done, we will come back to the Battle Soul Mountain to explore. After all, we have obtained some interesting information. I also want to go inside the mountain to have a look." "What interesting news?" Qiu Mujie asked. "Tell us and we'll share it." Yunxiao chuckled. "No important news. That's all. Let's go." These words caused Qiu Mujie to choke as if he had swallowed a fly. He didn't know what to say and could only give a heavy look of disdain. "Leave? Where are we going? Are you going back?" Zuochang asked carefully, his attitude unprecedentedly respectful. "Find a sparsely populated, absolutely safe place in Wufa Heaven," Yunxiao said. "It's best to stay far away from the mountain." After learning some things, although Yunxiao was very curious, he also knew that he could not get involved in this muddy water now. The top priority was to facilitate Yuan Gaohan's soul fusion. A safe place with no one around. Zuochang pondered carefully, and the rest of the people were also thinking hard. Suddenly, both Yunxiao and Qiu Mujie frowned and revealed completely different expressions. A hint of impatience flickered in Yunxiao's eyes, while Qiu Mujie was overjoyed as he laughed and said, "Haha! I can't leave." He was in an extremely good mood. His main goal here was to capture the giant deer monster. Arg! Yu Zong. Suddenly, a gray-robed figure landed beside Yu Zong. Looking at the exploded head, he seemed to be in disbelief. He stared blankly for a while before finally accepting the reality in front of him. You dare to kill my myriad stars valleys people. You deserve to die. The gray-robed man seemed to have gone mad. The aura on his body suddenly exploded, and in an instant, the sky and earth surged. The space also swayed along with it, and everyone could not stand still. At the same time, 6 figures appeared in the sky, all standing in the air. Some of them had their hands behind their backs, some were making hand seals with one hand, and some were clenching their fists, but without exception, all of them were filled with killing intent. The cold air pressed down, and the temperature of the entire mountain path plummeted. It's him. Yunxiao sighed and said, Myriad Stars Valley's 7th Sanzi. These words were like a clap of thunder in the ears of the Green Foal mercenary corps. Everyone's faces turned pale and they were stunned. Even those Wuchang and Kuan were powerful. Their expressions were ugly to the extreme, and their hearts sank. The person who roared loudly shouted, You dare to kill my Myriad Stars Valley's people? Now that you recognize our names, why don't you surrender? I can give you a quick and painless death. 7 loose disciples are nothing. How can he give us a quick death? Cho Mujia sneered. The members of the Green Foal mercenary company came back to their senses one by one. After hearing these words, it seemed as if the 3 of them weren't even afraid of 7 loose disciples. Those were the 7 elders with the highest cultivation in Myriad Stars Valley. You killed all the people on the mountain, Yunxiao said calmly. Why can't you let others kill you? As a martial artist, you have to be prepared to be killed at any time. I killed him. Do you need to be so excited? And according to Yu Zhang's memories, your relationship is only SOSO. What? You even searched Yu Zhang's soul? The gray-robed man was greatly shocked and could not help but draw in a cold breath. Only then did he dispel the anger in his heart and gradually calm down. He looked at Yunxiao, Cho Mujia, and Chen Yuyu, and understood that the problem lay with these 3 people. The men of the Green Cult mercenary group behind him did not even look at them. Lord Yuxiu, this person killed my Myriad Stars Valley's people and directly searched Yu Zhang's soul. He already knows a lot of secrets of the Fighting Soul Mountain. We can't allow him to leave, a gray-robed man said in a cold voice. Yuxiu thought of Su Ping's words, and his heart felt heavy. He said, Can you all tell me your names? Since you dare to make a move against my Myriad Stars Valley, it's not to the extent that you don't even dare to announce your name, right? It's not that I don't dare to, Yunxiao said. It's unnecessary. You are a smart person. Letting us leave should be the best choice. Why do you have to sacrifice your interests for a little face? You're right, Yuxiu said. If I hadn't searched Yu Zhang's soul, I might have really let you go. But since you already know quite a few of our secrets, there's no reason for you to leave. Haha. Why are you wasting so much time? You guys from Myriad Stars Valley are cowards if you don't take action. Cho Mujia laughed as he pointed at Yunxiao and said, He was the one who killed Yu Zhang, and he was also the one who searched Yu Zhang's soul. You can kill him. A strange look flashed in Yu Xiu's eyes. Could these people not be in cahoots? He probed. If the 2 of you are not this person's accomplices, please leave immediately. The Myriad Stars Valley will not involve the innocent. Cho Mujia was speechless. You've cleared the entire mountain, yet you're saying that you won't implicate the innocent. Although I'm not his accomplice, I'd like to see what you're up to. I'm sorry. I'm on his side, Chen Chenyu said. My lord from the Myriad Stars Valley? Suochang said hurriedly. Our Green Cult mercenary group is not in cahoots with these 3. We'll take our leave now. He turned around and wanted to leave, but he felt a wave of killing intent land on him, directly intimidating him to the point that he couldn't move. Yu Xiu's expression was incomparably sinister, and he coldly said, Since they're not leaving, you guys can't leave either. The Myriad Stars Valley doesn't mind killing a few more ants. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura exploded. He made a hand seal, and the surrounding deathly gray chi suddenly turned into a storm, setting off a huge tornado that pressed down. He did not stop after that move. Instead, his figure flickered as a cold beam of light shot out of his hand and slashed at Xianxia. Swish! As the sword light flickered, Xianxia's afterimage was cut in half, and his real body had disappeared. Xianxia was shocked. He immediately stood up with his sword in hand, on guard. To be able to suddenly disappear under the lock of his spiritual sense and pressure, it was definitely not an easy person. Whoosh! The tornado that filled the sky dispersed, and countless dust and sand flew in the air. Chun Yuyu and Wuxia still stood unmoving. A faint layer of light protected their bodies, and the storm could not hurt them at all. Kuan Xiu stood in the center of the storm, his eyes as calm as water, unmoving as a mountain. Over here! He suddenly let out a loud shout, and his sword formed a long rainbow that pierced through the space behind him. Bang! When the sword was blocked, Xiao's figure slowly appeared in the storm. A faint golden light protected his entire body. With one hand behind his back and the other outstretched, his two fingers gently clamped the sword. Kuai Xiu's heart trembled in shock. His pupils suddenly contracted violently as all the elemental energy in his body was continuously poured into the sword, causing rings of light to spread out on the sword, and the treasured sword even trembled. The force on the sword grew heavier and heavier, but it seemed that it could not be pushed forward by even an inch. Xiao remained calm and unmoving the whole time. Even Wuxia and Chan Yuyu's eyes were filled with shock. In fact, Xiao seemed to be idle, but in fact, the flower-pinching finger contained his extremely high understanding of martial arts and divine abilities, and with the help of the imperishable golden body, he could easily defeat the enemy. The other 6 sons also made their moves in the sky. The person who could kill Yuzong was definitely not simple. They did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Sword beams flickered from all 6 of them as they fell from different directions, surrounding Xiao in the center and forming a barrier of sword beams that cut toward him. The 6 streaks of sword chi were like rainbows piercing through the sun, and the sky was neatly cut open. Xiao's face flickered slightly. With a flick of his finger, he knocked Xiao's sword away with a bang. Then, he performed an incantation gesture with one hand and made a grabbing gesture in the air with the other. The box of Tianguang's swords fell into his hand, its light flowing. Xiao only felt his arm go numb, and the momentum of his sword was reversed. The sword chi that filled the sky slashed out indiscriminately, almost out of control. He was extremely shocked, and he gritted his teeth as he raised his sword and slashed again. Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. With a flash of silver light from the sword box, 36 swords flew out and formed an array in the sky. Suddenly, a vast sword intent spread out and formed a world of its own. Clang, 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 clang. Qi Sanzi's 7 rays of sword qi slashed down, but were blocked by the myriad sword formation. That sky-splitting momentum was instantly frozen. What? That's impossible. The 7 people's expressions changed drastically, and their hearts were in turmoil. Xiao's face was solemn as he performed an incantation gesture with one hand. Sword runes flew out of his body and into the myriad sword array, and the 36 northern heaven cold star swords immediately transformed. The Tao turned into 1, 1 into 2, 2 into 3, 3 into all things in the miasma. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword shadows. The 36 swords turned into 72 sword formations, 360 sword formations, and 1080 sword formations. It was endless and derived to the extreme of the Tao of the sword. Not good. Quickly retreat. No, Kuan Xiu suddenly shouted. Although he didn't dare to believe it, the scene in front of him didn't allow him to think too much. The strength of the sword intent that filled the sky was far above his own comprehension. The other 6 felt even more so. They felt that they were completely unable to resist this world of swords. The confidence and courage of the 7 people instantly shattered. They suddenly withdrew their swords and fled. But Xiao did not seem to notice it. He was still performing incantation gestures with one hand, creating a sword array. At this moment, his clothes were fluttering in the wind, and he looked calm, as if he had already integrated into the world of swords. Qiu Mujie and Chen Yuyu were also greatly shocked. This was especially true for Qiu Mujie. With his ultimate body, he was practically the #1 expert below divine transcendence. However, his heart was beating like a drum at this moment. Would he still be able to deal with this sword formation? He couldn't get a definite answer. Besides, with Yunxiao's talent, it was almost a done deal for him to enter divine transcendence. If he could not make another breakthrough in his ultimate body, he would be stuck at the door for the rest of his life. At the thought of this, he could not help but feel gloomy and his face turned extremely ugly. Escape! Yunxiao opened his eyes slightly as if he had come back to his senses, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile. A sword talisman appeared on his fingertip, and he pointed it in the direction of the mountain range where the 7 of them had escaped to. He said softly, "Thousand sword style." Swish, swish, swish. The sky was filled with sword shadows, like carps crossing the river, densely packed and uncountable. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sword energies crashed into the mountain, causing it to crack and thousands of turtle patterns to spread out in all directions. The green cult mercenaries felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. A deathly aura filled the air and rolled in the sky. It was as if there were countless demons and ghosts within it, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Many people were struggling to hold on under this huge shock, their faces bitter. The powerful sword chi directly cut into the mountain, and the entire mountain began to crack. The mountain started to shake violently, moving mountains and overturning seas, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. "Who the hell is this young man?" The green cult mercenary cried out in pain, and many of them fainted on the spot. Suicheng quickly took out a small golden ball and smashed it in his hand. With a bang, a golden barrier rippled out. The light was dazzling, and it enveloped everyone before it stabilized. At this moment, the entire mountain range was completely deformed. A large area of the mountain peak was directly shaved into flat land. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. It was a terrible sight. This Yingluo Zhucheng's face turned pale. He swallowed his saliva and gulped a few times, but he could not speak. 4 died, and 3 escaped, Yunxiao said. They ran really fast. He retracted all the sword gleams on his body and slowly descended from the sky with his hands behind his back. "You have a heaven-shaking might, but your strength is only so. Qiu Mujie snorted. Although he had a disdainful look on his face, everyone could see that he was not speaking from the bottom of his heart. Chen Yuyu said, "Didn't they say that there was a giant deer demonic beast in the mountains? There's no movement at all even after such a big operation. Could it be that the giant deer was captured by the Myriad Stars Valley?" Qiu Mujie's pupils constricted. After witnessing Yunxiao's 1,000 swords art, he was even more eager to get the giant deer. "That giant deer has been trapped in the inner mountain by the people of Myriad Stars Valley," Yunxiao said. Unfortunately, there is not much information in Yu Zhang's mind. The whole thing is presided over by a disciple of Myriad Stars Valley named Su Ping. Su Ping. Chen Jiu and Qiu Mujie both frowned, clearly not having heard of this person. "It's normal that you haven't heard of him," Yunxiao said. "This disciple has been in Myriad Stars Valley for less than 10 years, and he is only 20 years old now." 20 years old. The two of them were shocked. Chen Yuyu said, "How's his cultivation? What right do you have to take charge of such a situation?" "This man is the direct disciple of Tian Xingzi, the sect leader of Myriad Stars Valley," Yunxiao said. "He has amazing talent, and even Yu Zhang doesn't know how strong he is." In Yu Zhang's memories, he was filled with jealousy and resentment towards this disciple. The rise of any genius is always under the envious gazes of countless people. It seems like Tian Xingzi values this direct disciple very much. Qiu Mujie sneered. Yunxiao nodded. "It seems that he is being trained as a successor. I'm also very interested in meeting this man. 20 years old? Interesting," he smiled. "Let's go," Chen Yuyu said with a frown. "That matter is more important. We've already come to this point," Yunxiao said. Why don't we stay in the mountain of fighting souls and clear out the people from Myriad Stars Valley? Cold sweat seeped out of Chen Yuyu's forehead and he said, "Clear the field." Yun Xiao took a few steps back and came up to Zhucheng. "What's with that barrier you just used?" "My lord, that's the little gold spiritual pearl," Zhucheng hurriedly replied. "Little gold spiritual pearl? What is that?" Yun Xiao's pupils constricted. "Do you have any more?" "There are." Even though this item was precious, Zhucheng did not dare to hide it. He extended his hand and a ray of golden light flashed in his palm. It then condensed into a golden pearl. Yun Xiao made a grabbing motion, and the bead immediately fell into his palm. A piercing feeling came over him, as if there were countless needles in his hand. Qiu Mujia's eyes flickered with a strange light as he said, "Metal spiritual energy? No, it's a lot worse." The space in the fish belly of his battleship was built with pure gold energy. After sensing for a while, Yun Xiao suddenly made a grabbing motion. Bang! The pearl exploded instantly, turning into countless sharp lights that shot out in all directions. It was like a blooming flower in the palm of his hand. In an instant, all the light was released, and finally, the flowing light scattered on his fingertips. Zhucheng's heart ached. "Where did you get this bead?" Yun Xiao asked. "Where did you get it?" "This metal spiritual pearl is a special product of Wuxian," Zhucheng explained. "It's extremely rare. It's formed after a type of insect dies. It's buried underground for a long time, and it's not destroyed." Yun Xiao made a grabbing gesture with his right hand, and a few gold spirit bugs emerged. "Is it this kind of insect?" Yes, that's the insect." "The value of these bugs is very high, almost equivalent to the supreme-grade Earth Emperor Pearl," Zhucheng said. "Brother Mujia, you know a lot about all kinds of fierce beasts." Yun Xiao asked, "Do you know the origin of this worm?" He flicked his finger lightly and shot an insect over. Qiu Mujia grabbed it in his hand and examined it for a moment. His brows rose up, and his pupils suddenly contracted and shot out cold stars. He exclaimed, "This bug looks like a Pichio, but why is a Pichio so small? What does it look like?" Yun Xiao suddenly asked. He had once asked Ninth Ant to appraise this item. Ninth Ant had once said that it seemed to be a descendant of some kind of true spirit. Now, Qiu Mujia seemed to have a similar judgment. His main purpose in coming to Wutian, apart from helping Yuan Gaohan fuse the two souls, was to find this thing. Qiu Mujia stared at the insect for a while before slowly saying, "Have you heard of the 5-element spirit beast?" Yun Xiao was taken aback, and then he seemed to remember something as he cried out, "You mean the divine purple gold worm of the 5-element spirit beasts?" "That's the one," Qiu Mujia replied. "Both its form and the characteristics of the metal spiritual qi are very similar. It's just that its size and number are huge. All 5 elemental spiritual beasts are huge creatures, and there's only one of them. Could he be a descendant of that thing?" Yun Xiao asked. Qiu Mujia frowned. Although the 5 elemental spirit beasts are also true spirits, they're born from the essence of the 5 elements in the world. They're not ordinary true spirits. I've never heard of them being able to reproduce. "The world is vast," Yun Xiao said. "There are all kinds of strange things in it. True dragons were also existences born from the essence of heaven and earth, but couldn't they also produce offspring? If it's not the descendant of the divine purple gold worm, what do you think this worm is?" "I'm more inclined to believe that these bugs are born and reproduced on their own," said Qiu Mujia. "After all, the divine purple gold worm could be born in the world, so it was naturally not difficult to give birth to this kind of worm. Moreover, it's far from the ancient era, and all kinds of energy and essence no longer exist. It's not surprising that a pocket-sized divine purple gold worm with a congenital deficiency has been born." Yun Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "What you said makes sense. Since I'm here in Wutian, in addition to the air of death and ash, one of my purposes is to figure out the origin of these gold spirit bugs. Do you still have this bug or the golden ball from earlier?" Qiu Mujia stared at Zhucheng. "There's nothing else?" Zhucheng spread his hands. "Huh!" Qiu Mujia's gaze turned cold, and his expression instantly turned unsightly. Zhuo Cheng's face turned pale with fear. He said bitterly, "My lord, there's really no more. I only have a total of 2 gold spiritual pearls, and they've been in my collection for so many years. I'm not willing to use them unless I have no other choice." "Where did you buy that thing?" Cho Mujie asked. "The price of that thing is almost equivalent to a supreme-grade Earth Emperor pearl," said Zhuo Cheng with a bitter smile. He had picked it up several times when he was wandering around in Wutian. As for the insect, although there are people who buy it, its value is not as high as the gold spirit pearl, but it is still very rare. "Don't worry, Brother Mujie," Yunxiao said. "Since we're here, we naturally have to figure out what this thing is." Xiao Mujie's eyes gleamed as he nodded and said, "If it's really related to the divine purple gold worm, then this trip to Wutian will be worth it." Zhuo Cheng's heart sank. He did not know what the divine purple gold worm was, but he knew that it must be something incredible. All he wanted to do now was to leave this place alive. "Wait for us at the foot of the mountain," Yunxiao said. "What?" Zhuo Cheng's ears quivered. Yunxiao had long seen the bitterness in his heart, so he said with a smile, "Your mercenary group will wait for me at the foot of the mountain. You won't be of any use for the time being." "Yes, yes, my lord." Zhuo Cheng was overjoyed. He was so excited that he was on the verge of tears. He took a look at the completely destroyed mountain range before he hurriedly turned around and led the group down the mountain. Within the mountain range, 3 figures suddenly appeared on an open space. They fell to the ground and staggered. One of them was even spitting out a large mouthful of blood. "Lord Yuxiu, what should we do now? The newcomer is too strong. I'm afraid the matter here will be exposed," a gray-robed man said. He clutched his chest with his hand, which was full of blood. His heart had been wounded by Yunxiao's sword qi. Yuxiu's face was also ashen, and he said gloomily, "Let's ask Su Ping first." He kept making hand seals and struck them into the void in front of him. A circular formation was formed in front of him, and then a passage was slowly opened. A seal appeared on his fingertip and shot into the passage. A moment later, there was a slight fluctuation in the space, and a faint figure emerged, swaying in front of the array. It was Su Ping, but it was only a projection and not his actual body. "Has it already started?" Yuxiu asked in surprise. Su Ping's expression remained calm as he said, "Soon. Can't you stop those people?" Yuxiu's face reddened, and he said guiltily, "I can't stop them." Moreover, he looked at the 2 people left behind him. His eyes were slightly red, and he could not help but shed tears. "You don't have to blame yourself. It's good enough that you came back alive," Su Ping comforted. "However, who was this person? Are they experts from the Soul Devourer sect?" "They don't look familiar." Yuxiu shook his head and said. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes as he said, "One of the youths looked to be about the same age as you, Su Ping. He was extremely terrifying. Yu Zong and the other elders were killed by him, and he only used one move. That move was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth. I'm afraid Xianxia has already reached the level of the sovereign." The 2 elders behind him also trembled in fear. "Similar to my age at Lord Sect Master's level?" Su Ping's pupils constricted, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that person? Who is it?" Yuxiu was shocked. He couldn't figure out who it was no matter how hard he racked his brain. But he didn't expect Su Ping to have a guess. Su Ping said calmly, "I'm just guessing. It might not be accurate. You've all heard of the recent happenings in the Red Moon City." "Of course I've heard of it," Yuxiu said. "It's so shocking." "Ah, is Su Ping talking about the number 1 rising star?" Li Yunxiao. Su Ping said, "He's the only one in the world who has such strength at my age. But what was he doing here in Wufa Heaven? It doesn't make sense." "Even if that Li Yunxiao is rumored to be a god," said Yuxiu in horror, "I don't think he's as terrifying as this man." Su Ping said, "Let's not care about it for now. We'll deal with it when the soldiers come. We are the Myriad Stars Valley. Who in the world can control us? The 3 elders, please come with me. It will take them some time to find the entrance." Yuxiu and the other two hurriedly followed Su Ping's projection into the passage. Suddenly, Su Ping stopped in his tracks. "What's wrong?" asked Yuxiu, startled. "They're here," Su Ping said with a bitter smile. "What?" Yuxiu and the other two were startled and hurriedly turned around. On the empty ground, there was only a sky full of dead gray chi floating, and no one could be seen. Yuxiu said, "Isn't Su Ping being overly suspicious? We could have made a long detour to this place to make sure there's no one behind us." The other two elders also nodded slightly, not believing that they had been followed. Su Ping said in a clear voice with a calm expression, "Since the three of you are here, you should show yourselves. What you guys are going to face is the entire Myriad Stars Valley. What's the use of these little tricks? You'll only be lowering your status." "Hee hee. This kid is interesting." Qiu Mujia's chuckling voice rang out from the sky. Following that, the space around them rotated slightly, and a green light flickered before suddenly expanding into a circle of light. The figures of the three of them emerged from within. Yuxiu and the other two's faces immediately turned ashen, and they all froze. Su Ping glanced at the three of them and said, "You're indeed not from the Soul Devourer sect. Do you dare to state your name?" Qiu Mujia frowned. "The energy fluctuations coming from this kid's body are so strange." What's going on?" Su Ping's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal and said, "This person can sense my aura. He should be a 9th-rank great alchemist, right?" "Only 9th-tier alchemists can sense you," Qiu Mujia chuckled. "It seems like you're very confident in yourself." "I do have some confidence," Su Ping said. "Since the three of you aren't willing to reveal your names, then you should at least state your intentions. I heard that there's a giant deer monster in the mountains. Have you seen it before?" Qiu Mujia asked. "I'm sorry, but I can't answer that." Su Ping frowned and said, "Haha, that means you've met." Qiu Mujia sneered as he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. "Hand over the monster and you'll be fine." "I'm sorry, I can't hand it over," Su Ping said. "Brother Mujia, you take the lead," Yunxiao said with a smile. "The giant deer is inside this mountain." Su Ping's pupils contracted, and he said with a shocked expression, "Brother Mujia? It's you, Madman Qiu Mujia? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect a little kid to know my name." Qiu Mujia laughed out loud. Su Ping's eyes turned slightly as he stared at Yunxiao and said, "So, this is Li Yunxiao, who is in the limelight and has turned Red Moon City upside down." Without waiting for Yunxiao's answer, he seemed to be very certain. Or perhaps he did not need Yunxiao's answer. His eyes continued to turn and fell on Chen Yunyu. Then he said, "Then, who is this lord?"